You could fish in a storm, yeah, if you had a boat for it. This boat is not big enough for the water it's on. For a storm. Neff, thank you very much. Well, Subnets and Lex, thank you as well. I fish in like mild rain and storms on smaller lakes where you're not going to get anything like these fucking 6-foot rolling waves that completely capsized my boat. Looks like a seahorse. A really long seahorse. See his little seahorse head? Yeah, this game needs umbrella hats. Yeah, fishing on the ocean's different too, because you can fish on the edge of a storm. You can move around, get away from it, outrun it. You can't do that in lakes. I was amazed at how many different storm fronts we could see when we went out on the ocean. Steak, 102 months. Thank you. Vowed. I don't know if I thanked you. Hope you're well, Steak. If there's lightning, unless it's a tournament, I'm getting off the water. And any big tournament, they'd end it with the lightning, or at least have us pull off until the storm pass. Well, huh. I was trying a little different area, though I never did get where I wanted to be. Would that be an F or a shame, bro? I'm not sure how we'd classify that one. They added all these boat noises too, which scare me because I'm not used to them. Ooh. This map isn't actually square, huh? You troll too fast? It would be like dependent on what you're dragging, right? But sure. It's probably far more damaging than casting because it's depending on again what your bait is doing. If your bait stays under the water, I broke rod holders, not rods. One thing I hate about trolling out here, even when it's not dark, you just have like no navigation objects, just open water. You don't need that light. It's not helping. Oh, I forgot I turned my camera off. I think tomorrow this stupid storm's gonna be gone. We're gonna have some nice calm, decently calm. Look at this wind. Less than a meter per second. I heard it was decent lead up right where the creek comes into it, right at the river mouth. I heard the pinks and the browns were pretty good right now again. I think they were running the small topwater. What happened to my fish? I went to get food and come back and my fish have left me. They must have went to get food too. Chat, start bailing out the boat. We're gonna flood. It's nighttime on Archie? Nah, I haven't catched them. My two best fish today were in the middle of the night. It didn't slow down for me after those. Not before I left. I was catching them until the second I left. Oh, I have a fish. It's the long dark, but we got a boat. A worthless fish, but I got one. At least the wind isn't very bad anymore. The wind fucking makes trolling awkward as shit. Because you end up going 0 fucking kilometers an hour. had a giant pike bite me off earlier and I'm really mad about it. Because it was a giant pike. That's the only reason that I didn't get to catch him. He had to be a giant though. Gabby, thank you for the Prime sub. New sub during fishing? That's illegal. Never happened before. Thought that bail was open. You're under arrest. Rob, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Why are they fishing in the middle of the night in a storm? Because I got fishing withdrawals, dude. You gotta do what you gotta do. Don't forget it's 9 degrees Celsius, you know. Not even like a warm rain. The head, thank you for the 10 gift subs. We're wet, Gengar. Ultralist, thank you for the 71 months. Okay, we're getting back to home. Oh wait, we're in home. I had to try different routing. I should have just stuck to what was working. Because now I'm not sure if it's routing or... Weirdly, that super deep water has been way more productive for me. Or had been earlier when I was fishing without you. There's a sturgeon. Look at him. Being a sturgeon. Just chilling, 48 meters deep. Is there a fish on there? There is a tiny fish on there. Thank you, Gengar. That smelt smacking into the motor. Bro. Bro. Yeah, at first most of mine was down here. And then I moved up and did one loop that way. Caught anything good? I caught a 21 kilo Atlantic earlier today. Off stream. But nothing since the stream. That was my, oh, I guess my second fish. 54 grams. First keeper. Nighttime not great for trolling. Well, I took an hour off and went and got pizza, so it's probably my fault. Should have just kept fishing. Jake, thank you for the 20. Wait, that's a raid, not a... I've been saying sub numbers. My brain broke. I was looking at my phone. That's a tiny fish, isn't it? Thank you, Jake. Was the pizza worth it? Eh. I I think I'm getting 6. Everything tasted a little funky. But I've got like the start of a stuffy nose. That's what happens. I took my kid to a fucking arcade yesterday. I get what I deserve. Of course it was Little Caesars. Best bang for your buck. Why does it just say Led's name here? Can you just send a blank message? Chom, thank you for the gift sub. Do you all see it too? How was the arcade? It was really good. I had a great time. Alice was stoked. Yeah, I don't know what you did either. Dang old hacker, man. Choo choo. Ticket game arcade or real game arcade? Ticket game arcade. It was go-karts arcade, laser tag, bounce park. Arcade was just part of it. I just don't know what the term is for that besides arcade. Kiddie fun zone? Don't want to call it that. Already upset I said it. But we fucking got a lot of tickets, got a ton of stuff. First time I ever left an arcade and felt like I like profited. Where I didn't think we could have just bought all those toys at Walmart for less. I'm like really bad about that when I go to the arcade with my kids. I usually give her a card and let her go play all the games that don't give tickets, and then I just sit there and grind tickets. Gotta make it worth it. Playing the boring ticket games. Alright, fish. Where'd you go? I was gonna commit to the long haul out here, but to be fair, I still haven't run my favorite line. Yeah, I did pretty good earlier. Not like amazing or anything, but it was like 780 bucks in just over 2 hours. Not amazing, but it was fun. The bite rate was fast. It was interesting. Been a long time since I've been out here and not had this happen. Why isn't my net out? How long's that been out? Can't just drive around with that out. Yeah, we did the dumb coin slide one. You know, dump the token falls in and it pushes the coins and you collect the whole set of cards. Parents were trading and it was a real racket. Plus, they had a coupon deal going through the phones that $10 got you 30 for first time being there. So I gathered everyone's phone. That really helped. You need to like have a bell so I know when you have a fish. Is that what they're called? Coin dozer? I knew they have a name, but I don't remember what it is. Coin dozer makes sense. We can go with that. We can call it that. Oh, they are called coin pushers. I like dozer better. Sounds cooler. So you were just racking it up, bro? When I first got there was some young kid, like Alice's age, playing a coin pusher machine. And, except it was like a slightly different one, where it would reset if nobody played it for a while. So, before it reset, when the kid left the machine, I jumped in and just racked up. A lot of tickets that day, dude. We left with like literally, we could buy everything but one item in the arcade. That's how you know you did good, when you can just pick what you want. The one item was neon, uh, central perk sign. That we couldn't buy. Really missed out there, eh? My 10-year-old loves Friends. Yeah, from the show. I have no idea why they had it. Donk. They had like 5 of them. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, they added donks to your boat. Is that a tiny... Oh no, I thought it was an Atlantic. We didn't get to play laser tag though, and I'm upset. Cobalt Streak trained me well in the art of laser tag. Wait, I don't need to look back. Have those drags turned down. I'll hear it. Even through this rain. When's the rain gonna stop? I wish the weather report was better. Not just storm today. Cloud tomorrow. One cloud without lightning in it. Nah, I've never seen, not in my experience, I've ever seen it be wrong. Now, it may say storm tomorrow and only storm for fucking 30 minutes. It may say fucking cloudy and be sunny for majority of the day. I think it shows you the worst part of the weather and goes with that's the weather. And today is after midnight too, so it can be adjusted during the night. Some crazy in the weather in the new map, like tornadoes that kill you. You gotta start over. Yeah, me too. Good idea, Noel. What? How are you not making noise? Oh, that's how. I think you're the only person that knows that guy from Forrest Gump, but can't remember his name. You know the actor's name? You fucking love CSI New York, huh? If you knew all these things about him, like where he went to high school and how many teeth he has, why did you call him that guy and not Lieutenant Dan? I'm upset with you. Listen, I'm committing to a day of misery. That's just 5 hours. No big deal. Shrimp? It doesn't need shrimp. Shrimp tasty. I love sea bugs. Thank you for the gift sub. Who gets 1100? There's two big fish. I'm a fish finder. Ring, 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 ring. Get him. Get him. Don't be an idiot, game. Bite my lures. Oh, one of them might have. Why isn't it making fucking noise? Like the tax form. Oh no. Because the fish is small. That's why. Tiniest Ladoga. Scratching my paint. Gotta have a fish, dude. Never know when you need to drop a big old bass on somebody. Ooh, the rain's going away. My head can stop. Oh, I thought it was big. It's small. I won't know if you did it either, Prop. That's the unfortunate part. I mean, until, like, later. What's up, Juju? How you been? I should just move that emote over here. I get a better rev split here. Waiting for next fishing season. I'm hopefully gonna catch some walleye this month. We're going up north to fish right off the edge of Huron through the ice. Why is that fish so happy? Never been ice fishing? If we get good ice, drive up. It's fun. I got a little shanty. We can chain smoke and catch bluegill. I got out your headlamps too. Got new batteries in them. They're ready for ice fishing season. You leave shit every single time you come here. And not like just one little thing, just like a ton of shit. Thank you, Brock. I should just wear it. You know, for fishing aesthetic. It was awkward when you left? Oh, did I make it awkward? So awkward you had to leave stuff? I don't remember it being awkward. Oh, nice fish. Oh, yeah. I dropped you at your car before. That's right. I thought I was doing you a favor. Yeah, we had that kind of awkward. I thought something really awkward between us happened. Is this the one that has the... No. His other light has cool colors. Let me grab his other light. Oh yeah, this one I think has cool colors. Yeah, we put in a long day that last day, right? Oh yeah, that's a good look. I shouldn't waste my batteries though. I just replaced them. Is that purple? Or is that just white? Yeah, the red looks the coolest. Ah, I've gotten so far away. I don't know what the red light's supposed to be for. Letting people know I'm a hooker? Excuse me. Well, I'm gonna put these lights. I'm gonna borrow these lights for ice fishing. I'm gonna get your permission now, Bad Juju. Can I use them for ice fishing? Thanks, bud. I'll remember I got them for you next time. Should have said no. That would have been very funny. I would have used them anyway, but it would have been funnier for the goddamn fish not pulling drag. Actually, I might have turned my drag up on this one. That one's a me problem. A twofer? Was it Tuesday? Is it Thursday? I don't know what day it is. I really don't. It's 3 on Thursday. You can't do 2 for Tuesday. That's 3 for Thursday. Friday for you? Okay, space lady. Traveling through space and time. Why sadly Thursday? Is Thursday a bad day? 5 weeks off? What'd you do, break your back? Oh yeah, rain went away. Didn't it already go away once? It must have come back. Or I'm drunk. Wish it were, oh. So it's less hate on Thursday and more just, Friday's better. It's summer break there. Well, you can't do that. Christmas. It's Christmas break. It was doing okay earlier, Danny. So far, not super hot. Only one decent fish. And it's not like even great. Owie. What's happening? What is this pain in my ankle? Not making back your ticket? I think that's pretty hard to do. Not making back your ticket plus gear repairs? That's viable. Especially if you're trolling with, like, medium shit. Because Atlantic salmon can run you ragged. I had a pike bite me off. First time in forever. Bit through a 35 kiloliter. That must have been a big motherfucker. Trophy pike. in 30 fucking meters of water. I hope it's a trophy char for your sake, pal. And if you're worried about paying back your ticket, just get a 5-hour ticket. That's what I did. They're so much cheaper that way. Fuck, we can't even. I can't even ice fish on my lake. Let alone the big lakes. Isn't Erie the one where motherfuckers float off on into the lake every year? It really just feels like the best bite is this tiny little section. That sounds fun. I was actually turned on the TV for a minute before I went live, and there was Ice Age 76 or something playing, and they were floating on a giant ice sheet. Looked cool in that movie. Might try it in real life. God, that was the most just pointless thing I just went explained and said and words. I should like crochet or something while I fish. Alternatively, the fish just bite like they were earlier. 10-kilogram catfish? Sorry to hear that, friend. Oh my god, yeah, Juju. It sucks. We've had like we had 2 freakish early winter storms here. And then the rest of the time it's been unusually warm. I am amazed we still actually have a little tiny bit of ice on my lake. Because it was like 52 yesterday. A mod for what? This is a video game. No mods in this video game. No, this game's competitive, so there's no modding. I think even like people even been banned for like little macros and things, or at least I've heard that. Guess I should just run that section more. Huh. The rumors? I didn't think they were rumors. Howdy, Lindsay. I've seen like multiple videos of it from different angles and whatnot. What they get tossed into prison for? Trying to steal from Santa? Because people were spam buying tea one at a time to lag the server. Yeah, right before I logged off, I went to fucking Mosquito, bought a bunch of junk, then logged off. When I logged in, I didn't get any of it. I'm assuming it didn't take my money, but I noticed the Mosquito shop was really fucking laggy and buggy. Sorry, fish. My bad. Aw, fuck. I gotta drive to Chicago tonight. Anyone in Chicago wanna let me nap on their couch? Oh, I told my mom I'd take her to the airport. Just going to visit my brother. She's super paranoid that I won't be there. I'm making her go super early because I don't want to drive in rush hour traffic in Chicago. Not that I don't want to drive in it, more that it's super unpredictable and I don't want to have a problem. Nice and sunny. Oh my god, she wants to fucking go at 1 o'clock in the morning. Mom, are you here? You don't need the fuck. We don't need the. Your plane doesn't leave till 7:30 in the morning. I don't know if she's here. I'm just gonna rant as if she is. She's been so fucking paranoid. It's driving me nuts. Should never have went. We also. It's going back an hour in time. How far is the airport? 2.5 hours. And we go back an hour. So you like basically time travel. I'm closer to Chicago than Detroit, though, bro. Yeah. Oh, it was locked. Is that a fish? I doubt you can play it in VR, but I don't know. I don't know anything about VR today. Jesus Christ. This isn't 3 hours early. This is 5 hours early, Doomtrout. I get there 45 minutes early. What's wrong? My mom is like crazy paranoid about her trip to fucking visit my brother. And because I'm the one who's driving her, that means I gotta deal with all the crazy. She's sending me more fucking pictures of her. I know what time you leave, Mother. Mother, just get on my stream so I can yell at you in person in front of strangers. Yes, I know. She just sent me the time for her flight back. Which I'm sure in a week when she's on her way back or however long she's staying, she'll be stressing out again that I'm not going to be there. Because nobody trusts me to do anything. But everybody asks me to do things. Yeah, the only reason I wanted to leave a little extra early because I wanted to beat 5 a.m. traffic headed into Chicago. Coming in from Indiana, the majority of people live across the border in Indiana, head into Chicago for work. Like that was why I wanted to leave a little early, not 5 hours early. And even then, it wasn't really necessary as much as it just made my life easier to be there before rush hour traffic. It's just rude, you know? Like we went over all of her flight times, what time I'd pick her up. After she asked me what time she thought we should leave. So to now have to say it all again. If she wants to fucking leave at 1, she better be asleep. Okay. Now she said, okay, 3:30, like you said. I trust you. And I yelled, clearly you don't, or we wouldn't be having this conversation again. I wouldn't have had to hear secondhand from my ex-wife that my mom is worried we're not leaving early enough. If you trusted me. Chat, you want to double check my math? We're leaving at 3:30. It's a 2-hour drive, going back an hour in a time zone. We will be there at 4:30 with wiggle room for traffic. Let's call it 5 a.m. Plane doesn't leave till 7:30. As long as there's no construction or bad roads, there's always construction. GPS takes into account construction now. I got 2 fish on. Killing me here, Mom. I texted my older brother to complain. And he said you should be leaving around 3:30. That's exactly what I said. Because it's fucking simple math. Though if I was my flight, I wouldn't be leaving until fucking 4:30. Maybe even 5. Because, you know, I'm an adult and I make my own choices. Well, that's the other part. I've already told her, like, we can leave as early as you want. Just tell me what time, we'll go. Because I don't care. I got no life. This is it. It's just you, the internet. I started early tonight. Have I checked my tires, make sure they're roadworthy? Good lord, my tires aren't roadworthy at all. Unless by roadworthy you mean, like, Northern Lion. If I was going to rate my tires tread, it would be Northern Lion out of 10. Oh, they're inflated. Because there's that stupid alarm that goes off when they're not inflated. You have an alarm? Well, like a beeper? Oh, yeah. This is a thing that goes off every time you start your car when your tires aren't inflated. Got him. Your car doesn't have that? Well, lucky you. Tires are expensive, and they still work. Just it's not like it's winter or anything. You don't need traction. Yeah, too much traction and you'll get bad gas mileage or something. I don't know. That could make sense. Your tires be too sticky. it just I shouldn't even be. I guess I'm not really surprised at this point. This is my relationship with my mother. It's Richard. What do you think about this? Oh, interesting, interesting. Yeah, yeah. Uh huh. And then doesn't listen to any of it and makes completely the opposite decision. That's nowhere close to what I thought. The crazy part is I have flown more than my entire family combined. Literally, every single person in my entire goddamn family combined. And the only flight I missed was because I had sex in the airport parking lot and fell asleep. That's the only flight. And you know what? I don't think that's going to happen with mom in the car. Just saying. Don't think we got to worry about that one. Seems like a non-issue here. I should advise the opposite of what I think then. It was also really awkward because it was like goodbye sex. And then I missed my flight. And it wasn't like goodbye for now sex. It was like goodbye forever. But then I wasn't gone. Cookie, thank you for the tier 2 in the 34 months. No, no round 2. Just awkward after that. I don't know if Juju's still here, but now that was an awkward goodbye. No welcome back? I didn't leave. That's why when you said earlier we had an awkward goodbye, I was thinking, did we fuck? Is that it goes both ways, Lindsay. You fuck in the morning, you're awake. You fuck at night, you're asleep. Should I take my mother in? Yes, probably, huh, Chad? Is that the nice thing to do? Walk your 65-year-old mother to her fucking gate? Parking's probably $11 for 15 minutes or something stupid. Listen, I didn't get her anything good for Christmas, so I guess I can pay a parking thing. Alice? Mom, you're not here, right? I'm still worried she's here. Anyway. Uh, Mom opened a present from me. And Alice is like, Dad, wait a... And then Alice is laughing. Luckily, my mother was paying zero attention. But it was something that my ex-wife got and left here. So Alice immediately recognized. Listen. The old regrift. Regrift gift. She just told my brother maybe I should lay down, but I just curled my hair and drank some coffee. It's 8, by the way. If you're confused with the time zones, it's 8. I'm not picking her up, as I just discussed with you, for 7 hours. Even if I was picking her up at the ludicrous time she suggested, it's still 5 hours. She'll never be able to sleep on the plane. It's funny because I was super afraid to fly, and she's flown once, as far as I know, only once. Um, and she'd claimed to love it, but now she's like super nervous about it. But she was trying to like talk me down because I didn't want to do it. I was like, I hate the idea of it. I don't want to go on a damn plane. It's gonna. Oh no, you'll love it. Now here we are, 10 years later. I have no real trouble sleeping on a plane. I sleep on a plane the same way I slept in high school. I put the tray down, head at my desk. Though every once in a while, a really large man reclines his chair, and with just his extra little bit of weight, I get trapped. I had to sit there once for like 45 minutes because I couldn't get up. I was stuck under his seat on the headrest. And I didn't want to interrupt him because he was, probably busy. So I just laid there. Jesus Christ, why is my fucking boat a 5-gallon bucket? Where's my 5-gallon bucket? Oh, it's over there. I was gonna make the exact 5-gallon bucket noise. My fish shot at me? This is Russia. Anything's possible. How old is the elderly? Do you think I can say that I'm walking my mom through airport security because she's elderly at 65? No? Unlikely? It specifically says you can if they're elderly. Yeah, it's full retirement. Does it seem apparent? Did you not just listen to the last fucking hour of conversation? She clearly needs help. She wants to be at the airport 5 hours early. She clearly needs help. Only answer. The crazy part with my mother is literally every single other activity in her entire life, she's late for. I tell her always an hour before we have to do something. Always. Because she is never on time. But God, if there's a mistake with her layover or something like that, it'll be the end of her. She'll die. She can't handle that level of stress. Should have saw us road. Honestly, I wish I would have recorded our road trip across the U.S. with her. I let her drive for 2 hours. The plan was we were going to alternate driving. I let her drive the first 2 hours and then not again for the rest of the trip. Because I couldn't deal with the high level of anxiety that traffic causes her. Which is crazy because she drives 40 minutes to work and back every day. One of those people that when they're driving, they narrate what every other car around them is doing within like a fucking square mile. And they're all doing the wrong thing. In her mind, every single driver on the road is wrong. No matter what. They could be fucking parallel parking. And my mom would be yelling that they're going too slow. Is she a good cook? No. My first memory of mom cooking was leaving hard-boiled eggs on the stove until they exploded onto the kitchen ceiling. Because all the water boiled out of the pan. Because we were leaving the house for the afternoon. You know, like the classic stereotypical dad telling his wife that the smoke detector is how you know dinner is done? That was it, legitimately. Though usually dinner wasn't done when the smoke detector was off. That was when dinner turned into something else. It's when the meal plan changed. What is this that I'm struggling with? An 85-gram perch. Yay. God, I love that look of that rod just sitting there bent over. Sir? I don't spend enough time walking around the boat, you know? Nothing bent over is... Wait. Nothing's as pretty bent over as a rod. A fishing rod. It's a specific rod. Not like a Rod Stewart. I need somebody from TSA. We don't have a TSA person in chat. God, chat, why don't you have useful career paths that I can ask questions? I need to know if my mother counts as elderly. In this scenario, TSA would be useful, yeah. Honestly, I think there are 2 jobs on this planet. There's probably a lot more, but 2 that I can think of right now that get 0 respect for just doing their job. The TSA and the DMV. Just absolutely hated by all. And it's as if they're the ones who make these rules and decide if or not they're allowed, need to enforce them. Telemarketers? I'm nice to telemarketers. I think sometimes it's fun. Though, unfortunately, they're not allowed to really break script very often. That's why when you get them to break script, it's funny. Though you can get them fired. See ya, chat. Better get to the airport. I wasn't actually leaving. I always forget people think I'm serious. I would that wouldn't be how I ended my stream in my car. How do you know I'm not wearing a life jacket? Yeah, no, that was a joke. Sorry. Because you see me on. Oh, you mean because I'm not in a boat? My boat's away for the winter. I mean, unless you count Earth as a boat, we're kind of just like a spaceship. I sold one of my boats. The one that was worth anything. The thing that I tried to sell and haven't been able to sell is my home. Unfortunately. I'm stuck here. Which one did we fish in last? No, I have that one. That boat ain't worth shit. Does it have a giant hole in it? Yes. And no. I mean, the hole is plugged with, like, wood and drywall. But it's not up to code or a real wall with proper insulation, electrical, windows. It's pretty much just drywall. It's always been that way. I just call it a hole because it's not done right. It's not a real wall. It's a temporary wall. You could throw somebody through it. It's right outside. Thanks, Mohorum. I'm only renting it. It's expensive to rent. Like $90 an hour. Actually, a day. But Russian days are only an hour. But I'm backed. Oh, shit. Where am I? Is it like where a garage door used to be? No, it's where my living room used to be. Before I tore my living room down. No, this isn't the C update. Update's not out yet. We're thinking soon. they're due. There's been quite a few teasers. This is the update from last year. A whale or a dolphin? Not here. This is freshwater. This is Ladoga Lake. It's a real lake. You can look it up. It's very large. Putin lives there. Or has a house there. And the quality of my fish has gone way down. Way down. I think they showed like a crab or something, didn't they, Danny? Dedicated Dad. Thanks for the raid. Yo, Buckus, thanks for the $5. Few bucks for me being drunk. Yeah, that makes sense, I think. Enjoy drunk. Do you think Dedicated Dad is actually a dad, chat? On the internet, everyone claims to be a dad, and they're so rarely a dad. You lie! God damn it! He is a dad? Are you a son? Or daughter? I guess I don't know why I assumed son. That was fucked up of me. Sorry, kid. Haven't done any ice fishing lately. I went out once. We had ice for like 3 days. And I went out once. The ice happened over the blizzard shit, so it's pretty hard to get out. But I did sneak out for a morning. We did okay. I think I got like 18. Mess of bluegill and crappie. I'm going to for a 4-day fishing excursion up near the UP. The Upper Peninsula of Michigan, for those who are wondering. We just call it the UP. The giant mitten, yeah. This way. We're going up here. UP's up here. UP. We don't call this the LP. It's Michigan and the UP. If you're from the UP, you probably call this something else, but no one cares about you guys. We're going here. Right near Lake Huron. What side of the mitten is that? This side. The east side. Listen, man, I made the map. What more do you fucking need from me? I don't know about Michigan's heritage. I think it's mostly just rednecks. Have fun with hardcore. Or whatever, you know, work. Buckus, I'm sure that's not how you pronounce your name now that I saw your actual name. I think you might win the most complicated first and last name ever to donate to me. Like, there's an appropriate number of consonants to vowels, which I appreciate. But there's so many little marks over all the vowels. That one's just a dot over an I. Those are pretty common. It's a classic Finnish name? Where's my winter car? Can you track down Finnish developer of my summer car? And then lock him in a cage until he's done with my winter car? Thanks. Your first name is the fourth most common.
By pronouncenames.com.
Jukka.
Ah! I wasn't sure. It was close. I would have done more of a ya and less of a yo. But it's okay, you're drunk. We already went over this. Typos happen. I might have to try something different here. This is pretty slow. It's actually not that like the worst. It's just not good quality. I don't know why I reeled that in. I'm just gonna cruise. Not worry about it. We be talking. We found out yesterday Finland's not Scandinavia. It was a big wow factor for the whole stream. Everyone, especially me, was shook. Who knew this? Nobody. Maybe Finns. Wait, what? You didn't know this? Never, even the Finns didn't know this. Oh, no, they did know that. Yeah, we did. All your countries, not all your countries, but the Scandinavian countries, I always thought were the three little fingers over there. That's like kind of how we learned about that whole section of Europe. But you're not actually on the Scandinavian peninsula. We just learned this yesterday. You're like Russian. And then it turns out fucking other country that I can't think of right now is Scandinavian. And they're not even on the peninsula. So now it's just even more complicated. Iceland. We were talking about Denmark, even though Denmark isn't really on the Scandinavian peninsula. Nobody mentioned Iceland yesterday. Google. Is Iceland Scandinavia? It's not even an autocorrect or an autofill here. No, we're not getting back to the zoo store talk. Chat got really mad at me for not caring to get my mythology correct. If there would have been a test, money on the line, if this was Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, I'd have gotten where those were all from. I'd have taken the time to think about them and been like, yeah, okay, this all makes sense. I've watched plenty of TV and movies. But, like, in the moment, I didn't give a fuck if Odin and Zeus and Thor and Loki were all related or not. They're Disney characters. It's fine. Your sister was on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? She is not a millionaire. Well, no, that was like fucking 2 decades ago. She's probably like a billionaire by now. About a fifth of the Finnish landmass is in Scandinavia. I mean, that counts, dude. That's like 1/5 Scandinavian. Did she walk away with money, though, Danny? Or did she fucking just go with the sweet gamble, lose it all? God, tell me she lost on, like, a really dumb question and you just pick on her every single time you see her. She won money. Oh, good for her. Nice fish, Richard. Thanks, Richard. I'm about to put this one out permanently because it's been pretty hot. Oh, so she didn't do hot, though. What was the $20,000 question? You have to know it by heart, right? I think it's in... I don't know that that salmon is real. I'm not sure if I mean in the game or real life. There's a couple of species in this that are like... I haven't been able to find them on Google. So there may be... It may be something that like... Russians call... but that isn't recognized by just general science. And I assume there's a bunch of like crossbred bass and stuff in the States that are similar that like we have made up names for them. That I don't believe are actually scientific. Like black bass? No, actually. I believe black bass is one of the more science. If I'm not mistaken, I believe black bass is actually relating to a family of bass. But I might be wrong. No, crappie's a real name. I was thinking more along the lines of like a mean mouth, which is a cross of a large mouth and a small mouth. And there's like some weird regional bass that get super weird in just this small area of the country. I think there's one in Alabama that I can't remember the name of. Like a fucking Massasauga. No, that's a Michigan rattlesnake. But something along those lines. And a rally for the 10 months. Now we're cooking with mayonnaise. Ladoga salmon mayonnaise. Mmm. Fish mayonnaise. In the Finnish language is the exact same name as perch. So are mean mouths in deep or shallow water? Both. It would depend on the season, but both. Yellow bass? Is that a real species or just something y'all go call? Because that's the thing. I've heard of so many of these like weird species that like only fishermen call it that, and I've never found any like science. Perch and bass. Yeah, because you guys don't have bass. Not by what we call bass. They're only in the Americas. Perch and pike are like the only two fish that I know of that seem to be native to both. Walleye, I guess technically, but you guys have one that's like it's basically a walleye. It's almost identical. Here's Xander. Peacock bass. Yes, South American. That's why I said the Americas. Yeah, but would they be bigger if they lived in our water? Because, I mean, like the except bigger thing, largemouth bass are twice the size in Texas that they are in Michigan. So. Or more. Yes, the pike perch. Longer warm weather, yeah. As well as bigger water. Bigger water that stays warm. So the only big water we have up here in the Midwest doesn't get very warm. Do they have some transplants that survive? Yeah. They're very, very similar. Makes sense that they could survive here. Speaking of the Great Lakes, though, someone sent me a thing saying that Burbot record got set yesterday in Indiana or Illinois? Indiana. Either way, it was on Lake Michigan. And then it got set twice yesterday. Dude caught 2 in a row. Record breakers. I don't think I have any smoked Xander on me right now. I don't have any food on me. Just melted cheese. Canned pork. That's because Burbot aren't even active unless the water is like I think below like 12 degrees Celsius, they're like pretty much inactive. They're the opposite of like most North American fish that get more active as the water starts to warm up. Lock that friction brake there for a second. Big ol' wave. Our burbot that I've seen are nowhere near as dark as the burbot in this game. They're brown. Xander. He heard us talking about him. Burbot are supposed to be tasty too. Never eaten one. Don't mind the water that goes through the boat, okay? It's normal. Yeah, that's the only reason I even know about them, Buckus, is because of this game, which is basically your backyard. Since you're not Scandinavian. Is it technically a cod? Well, I'll be. God damn. I'm sorry. Okay, so I need to leave here at 2:45 in the AM. I ain't changing or nothing. What time will I be home? I'll get to Chicago at, what did we say, like 4:30 or 5? And then I'll be home at like 7:30, just in time for breakfast and bed. Vende's drifted with the wave and then smashed into the boat. Yeah, it's pretty much a regular day for me, but with a lot more driving that I hate. And gas money I don't really have. I don't know why I agreed to drive Mom to the airport. Because she asked. That's why. And I'm a good son. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Eeyler's supposed to be amazing too, though. Where? Home for me? You want my address? Michigan. Southwest Michigan. Stream while driving with my mother to the airport? No. Oh, I could after I drop her off. My phone won't stream anymore. I need to get a new phone. I tried when I was hunting and it wouldn't connect. My phone is quite old now. Wisconsin, yeah. I lived in Janesville when, before I started streaming. Old Janesville. I miss you, Woodman's. Best grocery store. I also miss you, cheese curds. We're due for a big in game. Come on. Hit me. Maybe not this close to the edge of the map. The wind is destroying my boat ride. It did not say 8 mile or 8 meter per second wind today. How fast is that? I don't even know how to fucking... How fast is that wind? That sounds really fast. Oh, nice, Juju. Oh, I gotta check hockey news, actually. We waived a player, and I know he made it through waivers, but then I saw he deleted all recognition of the Red Wings from his social media. As if he wasn't gonna come back. No update. About 16 miles per hour. Really? I don't understand. Shame this guy. I'm not struggling with the meter to feet conversion. I'm struggling with the mile per hour to per second conversion. That's the one I don't know. And see who sins? It'll be me. Actually, I'm no good on the big lake. I don't have a lot of experience with it. Out of curiosity, Wisconsin man, does Wisconsin blame Michigan for the bad fishing in Lake Michigan? Because in Michigan, we blame you. And I have to just assume that by the way things work in the world, you blame us. Of course. Yeah, like I always hear random things about like, oh, Wisconsin stopped stocking X fish in Lake Michigan, and that's why the fishing here sucks, because the fish, they just don't want us catching all their fish. And I'm like, I don't know, man. I bet they're saying the same shit in Wisconsin. Oh, you blame Chicago? That's fair. That's a good choice, honestly. Everyone hates people from Chicago. Sorry, people from Chicago. You're hateable. I live on a lake in Michigan, so all my neighbors are from Chicago. But I only have to deal with them like 4 months out of the year. Yeah, there's walleye in there. I've caught 2 in there on accident. Yeah, this trolling doesn't seem to be working. I don't think when you're trolling you're supposed to have this much slack in the line. I'm just not moving. I don't know that for sure, Juju. I assume so. I don't know. I don't know enough about walleye breeding. No, it's the wind and the waves. It's literally just like holding my boat basically still. It has to do with the direction of the wind, and I'm trying to drive into it. Wind just changed though, so I'm hoping it'll get better. Says the wind today is going to be 5 meters per second. It's double that. I'm about to just start throwing a jig out there and see what happens. Yeah, I don't know if it would be that way here, Juju, because we have a lot of rivers. I know there's like one for salmon, I think that's that way, or for some fish that's that way. We have a lot of small rivers and not like you guys kind of have some primary rivers. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not a walleye fisherman. I don't know enough about it. I would assume though that walleye would spawn up all of them. Maybe not in mass numbers, like maybe not the biggest, largest spawning river, but I also don't. How long do they stay in rivers before they go out to the big lake? Because I've caught some like 6, 7 inch, maybe 8 inch in there. Yeah, we don't have a ton of walleye on this side of the state. There are some, but we don't have a ton. But just not what I grew up fishing. Kind of requires a boat, you know? Yeah, I think that would be more of the debate. A popular. I just don't think walleye is very popular over here. And those that are doing it in lakes that are stocked. Inland lakes that are stocked. If you have a boat that can go out on Lake Michigan to fish for walleye, you probably just drive to Erie for the weekend and steal fish from those Ohioans. The river with the golden bass. No, I don't think so. But wasn't that just like a genetic deformity? You talking about that golden smallmouth that was like in articles this year? Yeah. And like what was special about that is the fact that he lived. Not that it existed, but that it lived big enough to get caught. Because usually fish like albino and with weird coloring disorders end up getting eaten first, because a part of fish schooling isn't just... It is safety in numbers, but part of that safety is the confusion of it's really hard for fish to focus. Like if you've ever seen umbrella rigs, they're these rigs where you run like 5 to 8 minnows on one line, and you'll actually intentionally make one of those minnows a different color. And the fish will hit that one like 90% of the time, because it's just easier for it to key in on the oddball and eat the oddball. Or in Alabama, or you call it an A-rig, yeah. Same thing. Same thing, different name. We have multiple nuclear power plants on Lake Michigan, too. Used to swim in the one when I was a kid. Till they made, after 9/11, they made it illegal. We used to swim in the exhaust water from the power plant because it was so warm. Do 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 do. Slime green because of the nuclear waste. Ah, yes. Classic. No, you can't buy a boat. Just rent them. That's the Simpsons' fault, isn't it? Aren't those rods actually blue? And not even green? I feel like I remember being mad about this once in my life when I realized the nuclear power rods were blue. God damn it, Simpsons. We had so much faith in you. The glow in the water is blue? Yeah, that's what I thought. I don't need the name. I just want to know if it's blue. It's blue. The electromagnetic radiation emitted when a changed particle passes through a dielectric medium at a speed greater than the phase velocity of a light in the medium. Yeah, somebody told me back, like when I said used to go swim at the nuclear power plant. It's actually blue, not green, and I was upset. It's a beautiful blue, actually, too. Such sadness. Do you want mine? Vodka? I'll pass it through the camera. Completely unopened. Yeah, I don't drink. I'm supposed to give this away, and I never remember when I see the person I'm supposed to give it to. If you prefer bourbon, I have that too. But if you've already been drinking, I would skip out on the 121 proof bourbon. It's cask strength bourbon. Which is apparently fancy. I don't know. The proof count goes above 100? Yeah. Much higher than one. Is it 200% is 100? It's flammable over like 100, isn't it? Yeah. Nah, 200 proof is 100% alcohol. Okay, that's what I thought. My dad used to race with alcohol in his motor as fuel. You might have a different measurement there. I don't know. 80 proof is most liquor here. Though I know legality of that changes too, right? I know there's rules on it. I don't remember anymore. Catch anything good today? I did off stream. I haven't caught anything good on stream. A couple of okay fish, but I'm getting a stuffy nose. That's what I get. That stupid amusement park place. Children. They're just disease-ridden animals. That's disgusting. I can't. It's a booze and chocolate milk? I feel like that would do unspeakable things to the milk. I'm going ice fishing at the end of the month. Really minty. I get the minty chocolate. I get minty chocolate. I get what you're going for sure. Like the combination of chocolate and mint is great. Lovely. But I just feel like milk and booze. My stomach is upset, and it just seems like it would fuck with the milk, but maybe I'm wrong. Like it would curdle. I don't drink ever. I mean, I've like tasted things and tried things, but I know you do like milk and like a White Russian or whatever, right? I just didn't think about a glass of chocolate milk with a shot of booze in it. I do love milk, though. I kind of want some. Wish I had fucking water. I don't drink. My mom liked White Russians. In case anyone in chat is, in fact. So foggy. I think I even have the fog turned off from Christmas presents. I forgot about that. I want my fog back. Hell yeah. It looks the same. I don't think it got any different. I don't think fish fuck. Unfortunately. Do I think Ovi breaks Gretzky's record? As long as he can stay healthy, yeah, no doubt. I think he's got the drive to do it. He's said on multiple occasions he wants to do it. I mean, at his age and as fucking fast as the game is played now, staying healthy will be an interesting struggle for him. He's done it though for 30 well, not 30, but he's 38 or something like that, ain't he? 37. He plays a pretty safe style of hockey. Like he'll throw his weight around, but when it comes to like where he's at on the ice, he's not battling on the boards and stuff a ton. I mean, he sits in his fucking on top of the circle and slap shots all day long. That boy, he spends so much time on the ice he barely skates, and they're cool with it. He will not chase very often, unless it's like a super serious game. Yeah, he'll have the total goal record. He'll never beat Gretzky's season goals or season points. And that'll most likely will never be. Yeah, I don't think anyone would argue Ovechkin being better than Wayne Gretzky. He's a great goal scorer. He's also been lucky to play on a really good team for a long time, too. Yeah, it'll be his only cup, too. I would guarantee you that one almost. With the way the cap space works now and the way teams are. Odds of him getting another cup are incredibly low. There have been some stellar Finns. Boop-a-boop-boop-boop-a-doop. I miss our Finn. Thulpula. The Finnish dreamboat he was. He was a good player. Is he still playing? He was on Lightning. I don't know if he's even still playing. He was the 8th Finnish player to reach the 1,000 game mark. No, he's done, eh? What the fuck? He played with us 2 years ago? Oh yeah, we got him back for a tiny minute. Yeah, he got, what, 2 cups with us? Or just 1, I can't remember. Just 1, right? Oh wait, I don't think he was there in 02. Oh yeah, Red Wings. I'm a Detroit boy. But then he probably got 1 or 2 of the Lightning, actually. He might have ended up with a bundle. Anybody who got to play with the Lightning in the last decade. Let's see. Valtteri Filppula. Does it say how many cups he has? Just want to know how many cups he has. Here's the triple gold. It doesn't say. Why would it not be like the stat listed right there? He was definitely with us in 08, right? Yep. That was his first full year, second full year? No, first full year. Anyway, handsome blonde boy. All in on the Tage Thompson. Ugh. How dare you? I don't know why I don't like him. I just don't like him. I don't like him. How can I not like him? I don't know. Something about him. I don't like him. He only got the one. He didn't get any with the Lightning. That's too bad. He must have just missed their cup streak. He's so big and lovable. Yeah. That means he's probably a little freak. Does little freak shit on the weekends. Tortures kittens or something. I don't even know who that is, Juju. Plus, he was like shit all over us this year. I don't think I've seen Seattle play yet. No, I don't pay any attention to college hockey. I didn't go to college, and there's too many good Michigan college hockey teams. It would be too complicated for who to cheer for. They're all good. Even fucking the closest one to me, Western, has a killer hockey team. Or I can go across the border and watch Notre Dame. They have a killer hockey team. Yeah, U of M is probably the most winning of the Michigan colleges, but they're all pretty good. And have a fucking freakish number of NHL players between State and U of M. I think we have like 3 or 4 U of M alumni and Red Wings right now. Which is probably why we're a losing team. Bring back the Swedes and the Russians. They were better. Ah. A Ladoga salmon too small to keep? Blasphemy. Get more fins? I don't think we had another fin. Not that I know of. Not in the time I've watched hockey. Probably. I'm swapping these finally. I feel like this rod is just done so much better. But Russians and Swedes have been the lifeblood of Detroit for the last 30 years. Oh yeah, Olimata. That one's new this year. He's been surprisingly good. Considering, people weren't too thrilled. There's just not enough talent to go around right now, and the trading and stuff is just so boring. Player trading is just really been quite lame. Sweepers, thank you for the 90 months. Yeah, which is why it was crazy. We had this player go into the fucking like rehab program. People assume drugs, but it can be for other things too. We're not sure what it was the case. Or what was the case. Where's he from actually? Russia, right? Czech. Yeah. And then after he got out of the fucking rehab program, we waived him. And nobody picked him up, so we're not sure what's gonna happen. If he's just like done with hockey. But Vrana, and he's like a top 5 scorer, like for 5-on-5 plays, like a top 5 point producing player. I don't know. It's weird. It's a weird situation with him. Oh, is Huso finished too? Wow, look at us. We got all the fins. Thank you, Sweepers. I hope you're well, man. Huso had such a great start to the season. To the point that he fucking killed our starting goalie in like the first 18 games. But the last 6 or 8 games, he's been pretty average. I think Ned's done for us. Unfortunately, I like the Ned's play style. But you just can't be consistent. I like goalies that are willing to play the fucking puck, even though it doesn't really work in modern hockey. Preparing for your tip? Or do you mean your trip? Am I supposed to tip you back now? I don't think I have your PayPal. We don't farm out of the walleye. The only time we're picking anybody up out of the walleye is when we're desperate because of injuries. Yes, it's technically our affiliate, yes. But like the number of ECHL players that actually ever get an NHL career is like exceptionally low. To get conditioned. But he's been sitting on the bench the whole time, Liz. Like, he's in Grand Rapids because we have 3 goalies. Because we signed a new goalie. They're calling it a conditioning stint because that's a way we can avoid having to get rid of him until we make our final decision. It's free to do that for, I think, 14 days. You can send a player to Grand Rapids. But we signed a new goalie, and I don't think he's coming back. Foreign players? I don't know that it's really any higher. I think we're seeing a few more countries get involved, but I don't know that it's really higher. I think US seems higher to me than it was when I started watching hockey back in like 99. I shouldn't say that. I should say talented US players, because there was never, I mean, besides like fucking Madonna, there weren't US born stars. Like the first 8 years I watched hockey, there were so few American stars. Yeah, Mike Modano. Americans were playing fucking tough guy roles, you know? When I first started watching hockey, you had like fucking no real American stars. Boop, 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 boop. You think he was a tough guy? I wouldn't put him on my list of tough guys. He was a large guy. Red Wings have a line right now that's over 18 feet tall or 19 feet tall or something absurd. 6'8", 6 something, and 6 something as a forward line. A 6'8" forward is something to watch. The funny part with those super tall guys is they just never look fast. They always look slow and silly because they're just so big and everything they do seems like it takes so much longer. Ryan Reeves is a fucking monster, yeah. Now that's he's on a tough guy list. And like probably a dying breed. One of the last. Probably the only modern player I could think of that I would really put on that list. Yeah, but they are faster than they look. Yeah, because they don't have to. They fucking. One stride of his legs is fucking 3 of. Who's that new kid that's doing really well that's like 5'7"? Oh, I can't remember his name right now. I always root for the short guys. The St. Louis. Different kind of tough. I don't mean tough as in they can take a beating and get back up. Plenty of tough guys in hockey that way. Plenty of guys who are tough. I just mean the enforcer types. The goalies are fucking goofy now too because they're all 6'4", 6'6". They used to be tiny little guys, fast little agile guys. Now they're 6'6", getting brand new hips at 28 years old. And like not a bad thing. It's a good thing because the fucking fake hips are allowing them to fucking perform better than real hips. Boom, 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 boom. Is local hockey for everybody? Is there always like a weird rotation of commentators? So we have like 3 guys who commentate that have been doing it for decades that are excellent. But they're always trying to find a fourth and or fifth guy. And it's just like some random fucking player who's awkward as shit, afraid to look at the camera, probably drunk. For like the last 10 years I've watched hockey, we've just always had like this 1 or 2 commentators that are just really fucking bad, embarrassingly bad. Super uncomfortable. We had some French Canadian, what's her name? She's the only woman to like start in an NHL game or something like that. I think she was a goalie that got called up to the NHL or some shit. I don't know. I don't think she ever played. Renan. Something very French. Douchebag fan in the face day. The Red Wing fan base is still weirdly massive considering we've had like a decade now of sucking. Yeah, I love our broadcast commentators are great. During the game they're great, but the like uh intermission commentators are always rotating and around and bad, and unfortunately one of our color commentator during the game is getting really old and unhealthy, and he doesn't travel with the team anymore. Old Mickey Redmond. Those fish bashing into the boat. I disagree. I don't know. I don't think they're trying to cut down on fights. There hasn't been any rule changes to make fighting really any harder, not in the last long time. I think coaches and players are trying to cut down on fighting because it's just not as important. As long as I've been alive, they have never allowed fighting in college, so I don't know what other leagues. Yeah, no fighting in the Olympics. They added suspensions if you get an X amount of fights last year. I don't. Where's that at? I'd like to see that rule. I know they added an aggressor rule a while ago, but that's for dudes who constantly go out and provoke fights. And I think that only applies to when you get an instigator penalty, which isn't the same as a major for fighting. Instigator is when you get an additional 2-minute penalty, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I mean, that's why the rules for fighting are the way they are. Is it's a gentleman's agreement, right? You can't fight somebody unless they throw their gloves down as well. It's a gentleman's agreement. It's basically consent to fight. Yeah, but like when Todd Bertuzzi fucking punched that dude in the back of the head, and then he almost got murdered by a dog pile. Ended up fucking paralyzed in a wheelchair the rest of his life, right? Yeah, that's, you deserve criminal charges. That's assault. That's not playing a game. That's just assault. That's just pointless violence. Like I used to watch a lot of the ECHL where they still fight quite a bit, and I mean, those dudes just straight up, and it still happens in the NHL as well. You just don't, the camera's not focused on it, but those dudes straight up plan their fights. 10 majors? Just 10 majors for fighting? I've never heard of that, because I definitely feel like there are some guys who've done that, but might be something I didn't pay attention to. I support fighting. I think it's fine. Like I said, consensual fighting, I think we should have it as adults. And technically we do. Kind of. I think the state could probably attempt to prosecute you for a fight if you were like, if they wanted to. I don't know. I'd have to read into that one, but I would guess they could. I know there are a lot of scenarios where people don't want to press charges and the state still presses charges anyway. Interesting. You'd think they would talk more about that, Juju. Like, they don't even keep track, like basketball, where they keep track of the number of fouls someone has. You'd think they would keep track of the number of fights someone has in a... So you know, people could know, like, dude can't fight anymore. Though I bet it's been a long time since somebody had 10 fights in a season. I think fights more often happen now between... less prepared folks. Like, no one wants to fight fucking Reeves. Nobody. Yeah, the ECHL fights all the time. That's because those guys are, like I said, that's where your career usually goes to die. You can make a decent living playing in the ECHL, but like not great. But like K-Wings have had guys that played 12 years and stuff in the ECHL. Boop, 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 boop. We have a goalie problem right now. We have too many goalies. I mean, we have 3 on the Red Wings right now, which isn't even a... we have to eliminate one in the next, like, 6 days or something like that. And it's gonna be Nedeljkovic. Like 90% sure. Lanoir, thank you for the 58 months. Goalies also tend to play there. Jonathan Quick played in the ECHL. I mean, Tim Thomas played in the ECHL forever, didn't he? Probably more I can't think of. I don't follow hockey as close as I used to. Cat. And I just have not got a good one. Well, I guess I got a couple of decent Ladogas. Hasn't been as good as I was hoping for. It's been easy. No wear and tear, really. I should probably try a different spot, but... too many places to look. Me too, Sinister. I'm trying to get in a few days during the holidays, but I was only planning to play for a little bit, but then I forgot I had to drive to the fucking airport tonight. God damn it. What time did I wake up today? I'm gonna be napping in a fucking truck stop somewhere outside Chicago if you wanna touch my butthole. Hi, there's Andy. Let me introduce you to my motor. You sucked. Yeah, let me know, Juju. I got plenty of time, man. We spend enough time together, too. I don't gotta, like, try to entertain you or anything. I mean, even if I had to fucking work or whatever during the day. Or night. It happens, Buckus. It's usually it. Gotta find something to get you talking, and then you feel more comfortable to talk. What's my spring fishing like? Bass. The last couple of years, I've just been doing the tournaments so much. Like, all my fishing is bass fishing. I'm down to do whatever, but... I've usually just bass fishing the last couple of years. We're thinking about doing some big ones this year. My buddy just got a 21-foot Ranger, so... Or my fishing partner. Which means basically I got a 21-foot Ranger. Bass in the spring, bass in the spring because they're big and it's the best time of year to like try to get a PB. Bass in the summer because tournaments. Bass in the fall because they're big again. And it's time to chase that PB once more. Once more. What's my PB? Small? I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head. Not very big, though. Last year, my PB was 412. Michigan has small bass. I fished in 29 tournaments last year. And there were only 4 fish turned in over 5 pounds. And none over 6. It wasn't that one, Juju. That was Bankson. $1,000 cash prize, nice. It's a pretty good prize for a local tournament. Yeah, I actually fish in leagues, so the prizes, there's a big end of the year prize. But the prizes weekly aren't that big, like $300 to $500, depends on the number of folks that show up. It's similar to a poker game, you know. Everybody throws in $25 and go out and fish for 4 or 5 hours and see who wins. Well, I tried to like hint at not that lake, Juju, because that's the one I live on. But you just keep throwing the name out there, so it's too late now. Thank you, though, for sharing with the class. Well, there are like 6 in my town, yeah. There's a lot of lakes here. Pull it up on Google Maps, I don't give a fuck. If you really wanted to figure it out, it wouldn't be that hard. That's the thing. We went over this the other day. I started Googling names of streamers, and because I knew where they lived, I could see immediately if or not their address was right there on the Google box. Doubt there are many IRL stalkers. Probably plenty. I think I obviously have like a lot less to worry about. Depends on who you are. I wouldn't even be stalkers though. Like Ellaheim once had a guy viewers show up, kind of fucked up, desperate, thought that he was gonna help, but the dude was just in the wrong place mentally. You know, that's more the concern. Just crossed a boundary without realizing he was doing so, you know? And this is not to throw shade at anybody, because judgment free. But one thing I have learned over years and years and years now of doing this and going to conventions and doing meet and greets with Cobalt and fucking bigger streamers and just getting to get a general sense of the Twitch audience, there is a very, very large portion of the Twitch audience that is whatever the correct term is now. No, I don't just mean parasocial. I mean special needs. I mean, there's a lot of people. No, just, you know, it's not a bunch of normies. Normies. Yeah, stuck at home and escaping on Twitch. And I have one example in particular where, like, a mom dropped a kid off that should not have been dropped off. It was bad. So, there are a lot of people who just truly don't understand, right? And it's not for just a lack of effort. It's because they have a hard time understanding social norms, acceptable behavior. There's a lot of people like that on Twitch. I had a dude who sat in here for like 2 years whispering people an address he thought was mine because I made him mad once. I didn't even do anything serious. I just, like, banned him because he was fucking bonkers. And it really hurt his feelings. And he would send me insane, barely legible messages and whisper people an address he thought was mine. Not everybody is just a fucking regular functioning human being. And like I said, I'm not an attempt to throw shade. I appreciate whoever hangs out, and if I can be any kind of entertainment, escape, help, whatever you want to, whatever you gain from Twitch or me, or it's cool. But that is the scary part with your address getting out. I'm not afraid of a serial killer. I'm afraid of just a really uncomfortable situation with somebody I can't explain to what they're doing is wrong, you know? Someday I hope to get to go to Finland. I'd love to do a lot of fishing in Europe. Spain would be sweet. Or go taimen fishing? Where's that at? Like Mongolia? That'd be sweet. Yeah, James. The fact that you're aware that it's inappropriate is a step ahead of many. And yeah, I've met a lot of viewers. I used to be a lot when I was smaller stream when I first started. I'd be a lot friendlier with viewers, and then we'd even meet up at conventions. Or like an idiot, one time I rented a house with a bunch of viewers that I thought I knew well, just from chatting like this. That they thought they knew me well from chatting like this. But there's only like one person in chat right now that actually has spent any time with me. I'm a lot quieter in person. I'm not I'm not this guy all the time. I'm not always pointing out the dick on the map, you know? It's just so obviously a dick. It's TOS if we focus on the dick. Sorry. Yeah, becoming an adult really sucks. Sounds cool, though. Holy shit, I've gotten way off course. Are you telling me when you look at this, you don't just clearly see dick? That I need to explain to you from the side? What angle would you be seeing a dick from? The front? Wouldn't that just be a circle? Have I been the Magician Lake? No, we were supposed to have a tournament there, and then we changed at the last minute. I've heard decent things about it. It's hit and miss. Like a lot of lakes here in Michigan. The bigger ones early in the season and late in the season are pretty good, but middle of summer they get so many fucking derbies that they just go to hell. From above, you're looking down on the D? Did I just drag a fish? I did. Under motor. Wait, there's two dicks? Where's another dick? Sweepers really sees dicks. This is a good Rorschach test. Where's a second dick? As soon as I open the map, I just... Lake fishing or river fishing? I'm better at lake fishing, but I prefer river fishing. 32, like it's color by number. Because there's more variety in river fishing, though, more species. 32. Now that ain't, I mean, now you're stretching. Which way is it going? Is it a little tiny flaccid dick and here's the balls? And I don't know what's going on here. Or is this the shaft and the real true needle dick and two balls? I guess that could be what you meant by the side view perspective, because we're only getting the one nutsack and not individual testicles. Like a normal classic draw a dick, you draw two balls and a shaft, right? No, this is side dick. But what I love about this is the one nut. See, in my mind, this is a side angle of a dick and balls, and the one nut hangs a little lower. I mean, that's like my nutsack from a side view right there. Maybe not quite so much, but pretty close. That is a perfect, like, profile of a dick, yeah. A little something going on here. A little extra foreskin. It even kind of has the taper nose of an uncut Russian dick. I mean... And 9 is the... Well... Alright, now I'm just going too far. It does look like it could potentially be ejaculate into someone's hand. catch. Quite a load there. Yeah, I mean, he's shooting. Can't say 11. There's a lot of 11s. Supposed to be catching fish. Let's get fish. There's no fish. It's a fishless fucking giant lake. Yeah, the numbers are the depth. It's very big, deep lake. That's depth in meters. Nah, the zones are actually here. A2, A1, E6. You sunk my battleship. The Dick actually was a hot spot for a long time. The Dick and Balls were very good. Well-known fact. I found the best luck in the balls and down the back of the shaft. But now I'm fishing in this seahorse. It's a really long seahorse. See his head, his little seahorse ear, and then his little seahorse curly tail. It's a seahorse. Yeah, yeah. It's just a really long seahorse. You know what? We're going to run a slightly different route. I haven't caught any fish anyway. It was nighttime, though. You should just run the route that catches fish. But I just kind of want to run one down the middle of the shallower. The deep edges have been doing better. Why are you doing this? You're going to regret it. It takes fucking 20 minutes to get across this seahorse. What do you mean nothing like it? It's a sideways seahorse. That's a seahorse head all day. Look at this, you've got a little eye, or is that dirt on my monitor? That's dirt on my monitor, but there's dirt there that looks just like an eye. That's a seahorse. Really long. Kind of. Y'all have no imaginations. That's the banana. Had decent luck in the banana before. Oh, fish. Fish on my rod in my hands. It is bad. Another bad fish. Are you a bad fish too? You a real bad fish. Okay, I don't think this rod has gone off over here in like forever. What's wrong with it? You wave it around and get the bad stink off it. What do you mean, kinda? It's so clearly a C. I'm so upset. That's a good one. Not even a dick. I'm not going to tell you what I'm seeing here. Because you would just yell at me. It's not a dick. Don't worry. Two people having sex? No. Kind of looks like a little short fat thing running. But then right here fucks it up because his leg is tearing off. Smurf losing a shoe. Okay, I'll accept it. But if this is a dick, and this isn't a seahorse, I don't want to live in this world. Dude, I thought it was Mario too. I didn't want to say it. Mario. A little short, fat Mario. Goddamn Mario. Wow, that's 49 meters deep. Is that the deepest spot? Listen, it's Mario. Don't worry about it. You can't see it. There's 50 right there in the octopus. All right, I'm going to go get some milk. Damn it, there's a fish. I just really want some milk ever since someone talked about milk earlier. I'm going to go drink milk, and then I'll be back. Why does it sometimes sound like the fish cries? Oh, you bumped me into a boat. Or meow? Yeah, like a really sad meow though. Like a meow, like you haven't fed it in a while. So I had this aunt that I didn't really know. That was a crazy cat lady in her last like couple decades of life. Oh my god, what is mom saying now? Oh my god, my mom's flight got delayed an hour. Now we have to do the whole math thing again. Do I have a fish? Yes. Jesus Christ, man. I'm about to lose my fucking shit. She can't just text me about what time she has to leave, the person who's driving her. She has to text every fucking person she knows. And then I have to get texted by every fucking person she knows. Whoa! Free Willy! Sorry, that was exciting. So now 7 other people are telling her what time she has to leave. I'm the one driving. I'm mad as hell, dude. I'm sorry about your ear canals, but I'd never seen a fish jump that high. I'll be right back, though. I'm gonna go call people and end this conversation because I can't tolerate it anymore. At this rate, I might need to go to bed. was like 60. Oh, I'm driving into a fucking wall. No wonder I didn't catch anything. Oh, that sucks. I didn't even leave the boat trolling. Sweet bass drum on this thing. I'm back, chat. I'm ready to go now. I got my milk. Anyone want some? Want a swig? It's that good lactate? No, this is 2%. God's milk. I left my vape somewhere. You're a whole milk enjoyer? Whole milk's good. I like all milk. There's, well, except whatever fucking buttermilk or whatever. Get out of here with your rotten milk. Alright? But skim milk to whole milk, I'm down to fuck. When it comes to milk, I'm down to fuck. That's, my campaign slogan. This milk goes bad before Alice gets back, so I might as well finish it. You can get chocolate milk in different options? I don't feel like I've ever seen anything. I don't know that I ever paid attention to the percent of milk or fat in my chocolate milk. I don't do almond milk or silk. Oh, make your own chocolate milk sucks compared to, like, store-bought chocolate milk. I don't know why. I don't know what those fucking chocolate milk makers do differently. But I've never been able to make a glass of chocolate milk that tastes anywhere near as good as store-bought chocolate milk. She's weak to regular milk? Gotta get you a strong wife. You can get milk in a bag in the States. If you live in an area with dairy cattle, like Wisconsin. But I don't think most of Canada does milk in a bag anymore either. It's different? Nah, it's the same. The only thing that hits different is you gotta fucking take the time to put it in a pitcher. And we don't get milk bags. Well, sucks to be you. When I lived in Wisconsin, I could buy milk in a bag. It was like fucking 20 cents cheaper. And milk was already free in Wisconsin, so. But I'm pretty sure I've heard the popularity of bagged milk is even going away in Canada. How do I keep doing this? I want to run here, and then I end up running down the middle. Oh well. Yeah, I'm with you, Jenkins. Why would I want to get a dish dirty when I could just throw away a carton? A jug. Not anymore. Bad juju. Canada and the U.S. are both gonna struggle because there's no more. The NHL's not letting them play anymore. So like Russia and Germany and stuff are gonna dominate. Milk in a bag tastes better. You really think it has a different taste? I didn't notice a taste difference. It's still just milk in plastic. I mean, I would that one makes sense though, Jenkins. There's two different materials involved. It's probably whatever's in their fridge, Juju. The milk becomes like fucking baking soda in their fridge and just absorbs the flavors of their fridge. Delicious. Cause it's in just a fucking like a Kool-Aid pitcher. It's not sealed. It's not airtight. It's just absorbing. It's a horrible thought, but it's true. It's always the MSG. I actually threw away some like week old shrimp that was in my fridge because I put a half a pizza in there and I was like, I don't want to eat this pizza and have it taste a little fishy tomorrow. Not to mention the shrimp were clearly bad and needed to be thrown away, but my lazy ass wouldn't have thrown them away if it weren't for the protection of my pizza. Don't hate on the price of my pizza. You're just jealous. Where are you gonna get a pizza for $5? That's right, nowhere. Domino's does $3. How big of a pizza, Minnie? Okay. I'm talking about a large pepperoni pizza. Like feed a family pizza. Oh, that makes sense, Juju. Probably more consistent and don't roll up. Yeah, I just cook them in oil. I don't call it deep frying because, like, I don't have a deep fryer. But yeah, I just bread them and fry them. Pickup. I can't afford delivery. Pickup. Carry out. Hot. It's not hot. I always order it though, because it's that way I know I'm gonna get it when it's there. Fry Magic? No. Andy's. Andy's Cajun. This is the best. Fry Magic's okay. Andy's is great on everything. Absolutely. Not to mention it's a strong name. Really respect men named Andy. Strong name. Confident name. Handsome name. To all the Andys out there. Unbiased opinion. Yeah. Oh, I'm not premium. Fuck. Can't even troll them. That's why you gotta be premium. I just don't want the guy to have too high of expectations that we're all super duper friendly, because I'm ashamed the fuck out of him every time he misses a fish. If he breaks his rod and reel all the time, you better believe he's gonna hear about it. That sounds like a decent fish. My drag's turned down low. But that made a good run. How about that perch, though? Oh, my drag is not low. That was a hell of a run. It might be a sturgeon. There's one true insult in RF4, but I don't want to spoil it. Well, I'm not premium, so I guess I'll spoil it. It's you send them a singular dung beetle, and then wait a minute. If they either respond with what or nothing, you then say, "'Cause you're shit." I mean, that's the one true RF4 insult. Nah, shame is just friends making fun of their friends for sucking. It actually had nothing to do with sucking originally. Shame had to do with... There was a bunch of people when I first started playing who would Alt F4. We were all low level and they would Alt F4 instead of breaking their gear. And then they'd get the fish got away message. That's where that actually comes from. Being a shameful coward. And not fighting your fish till the bitter end. The wild part with this fight right now is that fish is actually swimming right along with the 3 km/h boat. Normally, I end up having to turn away from it or turn around again. You should just be proud of the fact you have a Cory, trophy Cory. That's a really rare one. There aren't a lot of those out there. I have caught thousands of fish on Cory and no trophy char. Oh, did they change the trophy size of it? I think this is a salmon, maybe. I don't know. I think it is, though. It'll be a decent one, then. This is my Tagara, though. Just kind of worn out. I don't. My DMs don't work anymore. I have to manually mark my messages as read. I have like 1 or 2 messages. But it was after I got hooked into this fish. Yeah, that's a salmon. I'm pretty confident. It's not throwing tension. It's the only part the salmon like to do. But their other favorite thing is to get close to the surface and then dive. Right up under the boat and then run you right back out. I'm gonna stop the boat because he's not going anywhere. I do, sweepers. You never got one? You were supposed to get sent one. Let me look, see if I still have your message from before. Yeah, I got a trophy bellow too. Good money. Did you even do your presents this year, Juju, or are you done? I'll take my 0.01% chance at Vanga. Gotta try. It started way too late. Aren't presents still going on for like 4 more days or something? Last I knew it was still going on. Yeah, I thought it was still the 9th. F. Can I see this fucker yet? I think this is my worst rod for lifting fish, too. I think it's my bendiest pole. There's a salmon. I saw him. He jumped there. He's not that big, I don't think. They have to be absolutely massive to fucking trophy. Yeah, he wasn't that big. Glad I fought him right up till dark, crazy waves. Wait, what? Y'all have any idea what's going on here? I'm just spinning in circles. Oh, perfect. Nailed it. Yeah, I'm confused by why the Overlord changed. I don't know. I saw somebody made a video about it on YouTube. But it's in some other fucking language. Pizza, where? Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure. I bought one. Oh, there's a fish on that. Too dark to tell. Sorry, catfish. Fuck it, I'll take it. Yeah, I got 2 Overlords and a Tagara, and now I'm saving up for TIs. I'll probably get Telesticks first, then TIs. I don't know. We'll see. If I ever get any of that anywhere near that much money. Yeah, see, I want to do TIs before Vangas, because Vangas are... I don't think they do anything without the rod. Like, the whole purpose... The only reason I want one is to lock them, and the Overlords lock almost as strong as the Cigar... Or the Vangas anyway. The Overlord's just real so fucking slow. It's atrocious. Yeah, they're still great reels. I think bang for your buck, they're hard to beat. I'm surprised more people don't consider the idea of using them as a locking reel too. People push the Vangas right away. It's kind of the get Vangas first, then get the rods, but you don't want to fight a sturgeon on a Vanga because it's too expensive to repair it. Stupid nighttime. Why do you exist? Vote, kick the dark. Even my Tagara, I wish I wouldn't have used it so much because it's so expensive. I'm at that point right now where I need to repair like everything. Replace all my line. Because even when you're not fighting fish, or even when fish aren't pulling drag, you're still slowly wearing out your mech. I think I caught like fucking 3,000 stupid carpet amber on this Tagara, and my mech's at like 60%. I bet my eyelets are all fucking shot on these rods too. Oh, weird. You'd think they'd be... I guess I don't cast that much on these spinning rods. Oh, this one's pretty fucked. That rod's too small, isn't it? I think we'll blow that rod up if we get spooled. Oh, actually, let's compare that. So it does have its own mechanism. I wonder if it's weaker. It does have its own parts. Be interesting to find out when someone tests it. It'll be funny if the 88 is weaker. Because the price was the same and everything else as years previous. And I don't think it was called an Overlord 86 the first year. Hardcore's not here, or Raptors, any of the OG guys. Yeah, I don't think so either, Wizard. That Excel sheet, I don't know how updated it gets, though. I mean, that's just one man, right? It's still it's wrong with like a bunch of pricing information and stuff. Null's here too. Was it? It's always been the Overlord 87 until this year, right? There wasn't an 86. Yeah, interesting. I wonder what the fuck they changed, because it clearly has different parts. Or if they just decided to rename it. Yeah, this year it's the 88. The drag is the same and the price tag was exactly the same. But comparing the two, they have different model number mechs and spools and stuff. They seem to hold the same amount of line, because they've got the same line on both of them. So the only thing that I could think would change would be the mech strength. I'd be salty. He still has shit off, though. You said it was... Oh, no, he did change... No. That's not tackle. Yeah, he still has pricing off. That's my opinion on chickens. Whatever. Because, like, Amber Lake, by the way, for all you Amber boys, Amber Lake is only like 4% more expensive than everywhere else. Buy your tackle there. It's not worth traveling away from Amber to buy boilies anymore. Well, Amber was 20% more expensive, Jenkins, so if you were buying a fuck ton of boilies... Urge to nap is real? I gotta fucking drive to the airport. I should nap. But if I nap, I'll never wake up. Too lazy to travel, so just fish more. I'm with you. I did the same thing, but people yelled at me. I bought a fucking rod there the other day because it was like $30 more. And people kept saying, but the Kilted Jock sheet says the price is this. And I was like, yes, but I'm literally looking at it in the store. And they're like, but what about the sheet? People get way too caught up in information that's just written by players as if it can't possibly be wrong. I'm looking at it in the game. I promise you, it's wrong. I don't know what that has to do with me, a human being, literally looking at the shop saying the sheet is wrong. And people still saying, but the sheet. I mean, I don't care how the change came to be. The fact of the matter is I was literally looking at it. In the actual video game, not a Google Doc. I don't know what you mean by that, Raptors. Oh, there used to be like a tab in the sheet that said like weather conditions. Yeah. Yeah, people are fucking horrendous at only fishing by information they read. As if it's fucking some golden god of Russian fishing that's sitting there writing the fucking 10 Commandments in stone. And on the 5th day, Fishy Jesus wrote... Well, of course they're unreliable, because, like, you're just going to have days where fish aren't there, even when the weather conditions are good, right? That has... So, I would argue this game is a bit unique in the sense that you can just be wrong and get lucky, right? I was level 9, caught a blue tag, which is the rarest version of a fish, on a bait that there's probably no blue tags for. All regions. Yeah. I'm sure there's none. You can just get lucky. Like this guy. Oh no, he's even sandwich baiting. Oh, that's also small. And not even a blue tag. Look at this motherfucker. Did it on mosquito with a corn seed. I love him. That's some low level probably, isn't it? Can I see? Aw. With the singular corn seed. Sweet victory for Jesus. Raptors, you fishing with corn seeds, dude? You should try it. But yeah, this game does a really good job of making it feel like fishing. That you can just get lucky and not know what you're doing. Cruised way further this way than I had been. We'll run with it. So yeah, hard to have a meta win. But I think in most games meta makes sense, you know. There really is truly a best. And you can like prove it on paper. This game it's hard because you can't really even recreate exact conditions. Every day is slightly different. Weather, winds, fucking how where you're lying, you can't even cast to the exact same spot every single time because you have a little bit of sway in your cast. It's so hard to truly prove anything in this game. Yeah, there's a few of you that don't have a blue tag at all that are pretty high level. Well, in a hot area can only can last for fucking 40 minutes, Wizard. I like to believe they have a serious team of sweaty nerds constantly just watching the fucking catch sheet. And they're like, uh-oh, look at this guy. Look at this guy. Ooh, he's at about 500 silver an hour. We better nerf that spot. Boop. And then that guy runs off after he sells his fish. Makes a post on RF forums. Everybody runs over there. Too late, the sweaty Russian nerds already nerfed it. There was a dev in here a long time ago, and I lost a fish. And he's like, ah, don't worry, it wasn't that big of a deal. And I was like, wait a minute. You motherfuckers can just see what we have on the line at any time? And I was so jealous. I would sit there, dude, if I had access to that information, I wouldn't even play the game. I would just watch the fucking... it'd be like, I hope it's like looking into the Matrix. Just fucking zeros and one, like Dwarf Fortress. Oh, he's hooked into a 32-pounder. But like that blue tag I caught too, I wasn't streaming because some people immediately after I said that immediately accused them of like trying to make me excited about the game. Do they have a lose button fish for you? I highly doubt any shenanigans goes on with adjusting fish or making you lose fish. Make me lose this fish, you fucking cowards. However, I bet they could. But they seem pretty fucking passionate and serious about their game that they wouldn't want to do that. If you would have lost it, you would have went to bed. If I'd have lost it, I'd have started all kinds of rumors. Probably got banned, sent to Prison Fish Island. Someone just said that a bunch of people got sent there trying to crash the servers after the last update. A bunch of guys were spamming single buys at Mosquito Lake to lag the servers. I think people have these devs all wrong, man. They are so critical of them. The one area, if you want to bitch, the one area where I agree it sucks is that they push their client really hard and give advantages to client users over Steam users. Though anybody can just switch from Steam to client at any time. It's not that big of a deal. And you can't really bitch that hard because, like, I understand they don't want to give Steam the cut. They're never going to all of a sudden jump up to one of the most popular games on Steam or anything like that. They've been out too long. They're just trying to sustain their company and continue to update and make a living with fishing. But other than that, I truly think these devs have done a great job of ignoring player complaints and doing what's best for the game and best for the community. And that does mean nerfing hotspots, moving fish around, making us spend money. The reason I can still come back and play these games this game after all those years is because they have not just fucking made it easy. What's fishing jail? It's a pond where you can only fish with a bobber, a shitty bobber rod, and only catch tiny shitty fish. And in order to leave, to get rid of your ban, you have to catch X number of fish. So instead of being banned for 3 days, you have to catch like 300 kilos in a shitty, unfun way. That's the rumor, and I've seen a bunch of different videos of it. I do believe that not everybody gets that, though. I don't think that's the punishment for everything. I think that's the punishment for specific cases. Yeah, Jenkins. Some people just get banned for good. Period. See ya. Like, if I ever ended up on Prison Island, please don't do it to me, devs. I don't know that I'd even stream it. Because I feel like that's the kind of thing that if you run around talking about it, bitching about it, it's a good way to just end up banned. I mean, I wouldn't mind visiting for like 10 minutes, but I don't want to be there with a quota. I worked with the devs a tiny bit years ago. They sent me some stuff for giveaways and stuff like that for doing tournaments. But then they wanted me to like commit to them and be like, I'm going to stream RF4 this many hours a week. And I was like, that's just not viable option unless you're going to give me actual cash money, not in-game currency. This is my job, not just my hobby. You can't make a living on whatever Russian silver coins these are. Though I was trying to Google something very random in this game, and I couldn't find it. So I just started getting like random posts about the game instead of what I was looking for. And I did surprisingly see people trying to sell accounts for silly money. Like one was over $1,000 though. Which really for the time they had invested wasn't that much, but yeah, back to them doing the what I think is the right thing. They have the pay to win system or whatever, you know, current game currency you can buy with cash, but they make you pay an arm and a leg for like everything that isn't necessary. All the lures, rods, reels to buy with real currency is just awful exchange rate. So that if like it deters 99.9% of players from doing it. But they still get to profit off people who are just rich idiots. However, they do have some affordable currency options for premium, which is a really fair price, pretty much the same as every game's premium. And for repairs are both incredibly affordable and things that everyday players would do that doesn't break the balance of the game. I think it's even more than that, Jenkins. I think you're off by a lot, actually. Avanga is 32,000 silver. Anyone know the conversion rate of silver to gold, or gold to silver? Now you want to check? I'm trying to figure it out real quick. A Tagara is 39. Oh, that's a she's not. Wait, no. So 20 grand is 11 or 113 gold. So you might be close. No, I think you're gonna be off. Because 100 coins is 170 bucks. So to buy a fucking Tagara is over $170. And Avanga's another 10 grand on top of that. So I think you're going to be closer to $350, $400 for Avanga. Would somebody tell Wayne to stop taimen hunting with a squirrel? I know it says taimen on it, but it's just not the best taimen lure. Rarely. Every once in a while it has its moment. Well, now you have to be stubborn. Alright, man. I'm just saying. Jenkins used to slam Taimen in Balea. That was his weird... That was the one weird thing he was good at. That and sending me all his gear. Back in the day when we were all low level, Jenkins used to catch them all the time. This was 5 years ago. What tip's he going to give you that's relevant today? This is back before squirrels. One of the guys in the guild still catches the shit out of Taimen. He caught like 7 yesterday. Shit, Raptors, that reminds me, I actually have a pretty heavy rod. I could try to lock some shit with my Overlord. That's a big Xander. I want to learn it because I've never done it, so I have no idea. And I might as well blow up some cheap shit first, right? Not worth it. Why not worth it? In what scenario is it not worth it? I swear I heard drag pulling. The pike bite. What are you talking about, Raptors? Oh, did pike bite right through mono? No matter how big it is? Is that what you're saying? Not mono, but braided. Okay, so if you use mono, you have no line. So if you, okay. I got bit off on a 35 kg fluoro today. That was an ouchie. Ouchie wowie. My reel went zzz, and it was gone. The worst part is, did you switch to 42 kg fluoros? I don't quite have the line for that. I am getting close to replacing my line, but I still couldn't run that high without getting into new rods. Wonder how many hours I've been at it. Oh, I'm like almost done with this boat ticket. That was fast. Who knew 5 hours could go by so fast? I did not do well. Not at all. Probably better than I normally do on other Ladoga. I spent too much time doing that too, though. Looking forward at my fish finder and not back at my rods. Keep telling myself to turn my drags down before I recast, but mouse wheeling? Just too many of those. Too many small Ladogas. You throwing the squirrel? Where at? Balea? Catch one right away at Balea on the squirrel so we can all laugh together. Throw our heads back in laughter. Yama? When did it ever work on Yama? Really? That's crazy. Because the squirrel throws better than most topwater, doesn't it? That's what I hate. I love the idea of topwater fishing. They just, those lures don't throw anywhere for some dumb reason. I don't know the realism in that one. RF4 devs decided topwater lures are hollow, therefore they fly bad in air, even though they weigh the same as other plastic lures. I still troll the damn salmon lures out here all the time, and they do okay. They don't get a lot of bites, but they get big bites. Like these things. I want to buy more of them. I want to own them all. I never see them on the lists, but I get big bites on them. Plus, look how pretty they are. You can see the big bites on that one. Teeth marks in his head. I think this is the first time I've ever trolled this long with 3 similar lures. Now I want to put my money where my mouth is. On your wiener. Which one? You're massive. You're the small boy. But that's the depth we're running. Can you throw this? No. My brain is stupid. I hate it. Oh, it's because it moved. What is this rod? You can't throw anything. That's a big fish right there. Get it. Catch it. Catch him. I don't need to look back. I looked back anyway. Nice shiny. I do need to look back. Tiny fish. Mad. A plank. I can't throw anything heavy on this rod, Richard. Original Walker. Over 40 meters of water. Drag a top water stick bait. That'll get him. That'll bring in the bites. Alright, I can't do that. I feel bad about it already. Commit, Richard. 2 minutes. 1, 2. Can you walk the dog? Why not? Excuse me? Why are you there now? Wait a minute. You running that squirrel, Jenkins? I might join you. Oh, fuck. This stupid rod doesn't hold any weight. What about you? Do you hold weight? Yeah, you do. Give me the old switcheroony. Why did the lures move? I've had an unsuccessful trip. I might as well finish it out with unsuccessful. Dude, let me get a squirrel out there. Oh yeah. Get him, squirrel. Let's watch it. It's a squirrel. You'd think Pike would eat the shit out of it. Cute? Is it cute though? Cause like I'm trying to get it eaten by a fish. It's kind of fucked up. Gonna catch an eagle? Dude, I would love that. Could you imagine the fight an eagle would put up? You caught a chub on the squirrel? There's like a bunch of different sizes, aren't they? I think I have like the medium one. What size is your squirrel? How big's your squirrel? Mine's 14 centimeters. It's got a little wear. Something's bit it. It's the same? Okay. How big? 14 centimeters. That's a large bait. I got some baits that big. Not squirrels. I think I have like the big rat too. I don't think I've ever caught anything on the rat. Oh no, he's been bit, maybe. He's got some wear. Look at his little tail. And wiggle. Oh, you don't even get the walk the dog action on this, huh? It's a squirrel. You can't walk the dog on a squirrel. I just want to see something eat it. Is that too much to ask him? Anything. It doesn't even have to be big. How stupid would a fish have to be to eat a squirrel out here? Where'd it come from? You know, those fucking transatlantic squirrels. What material is that rat? I'm not sure. Didn't make it. Fish don't actually know what they're eating anyway. They just see thing that fits in their mouth. But still, I like to think, how stupid are you for eating a squirrel in the middle of the biggest lake in the fucking world? Dum-dum. Probably dropped there by an eagle. Vidar is full of eagle facts today. Shit, I reeled this up right as a big fish is going under us. That big fish wants a squirrel. I might go troll it over these spots, because I was hitting some shallower shit over here. I shouldn't waste the end of my ticket. I should keep catching fish. My ticket's got to be close. Oh, 14 hours. To go through another stupid night. The answer to all of our questions. Why'd my wife leave Vidar? That goddamn eagle! Alright, put the squirrel away, Richard. Finish your troll. Needed to spread her wings. Where the fuck did that lure go? Oh, wait, that is it. Thank you, Piranha. I've been alright. Living, you know? Thanks for stopping in. While I lazily fish tonight. To deal with my IRL fishing withdrawals. Fiendin'. And the 10 gift subs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I need a damn USB. What's this? Tiny? It might work. Oh, it's gonna make it look like I'm just bending down to suck my own dick. Oh, you can't really tell. You got another shiny. Look at you go. I don't think I've ever gotten that one. I think that's one I don't have. I don't have a frame-sided albino or a frame-sided ghost. I don't have like any of them. I don't have that one. Look at you, you're better than me. I have a linear ghost. Two times cranberry corn. Nice. Thanks, Sweepers, and I'll double check where your address. I'm sure I can find our old message and make sure that my ex gets that sent. Was that a random flavor chalupa, or is that the new hotness passing around the forums? Just trying random stuff? Good for you, bud. I never got to experience hot tiger nuts. I got so many tiger nuts. I thought they were going to be the bait, the end all baits, honestly. Look at them. All natural. Ready to use, preservative free tiger nuts. In a can. Yeah. You think you got a taming on your squirrel? Or you think you got some nuts? Definitely a taming on your squirrel. Oh my god, he's gonna be so mad. That's so good. Way to go. Way to do it just out of spite, honestly. That way when it comes back, I can say, Jenkins, all the taming expert. Dude, are you gonna be the first person ever to catch a big taimen on Balea? do that. Oh, that wasn't even big. You did it, though. What a guy. So proud of you. I'd pay stupid money to have a third rod holder. Even if I couldn't hold one in my hands, just to set this motherfucker down. I don't know why they added the bonks to boats, but, you know, you gotta bonk your fish. Look at all these boring carp fishermen in my chat. I love that Chalupa's winning. You don't even have PVA, do you, Chalupa? That's you? Can you all just have the same names everywhere so I don't get confused? You don't even have PVA and you're just kicking their asses. What a guy. 83? I know, it was your Steam name forever. I saw it log on the video games and off video games. I'm pretty sure we're friends. Is your name not Chalupa anymore? I don't see you. Maybe we're not friends. I can't believe you caught one either. He's been at it for like 2 days, by the way, Jenkins. Or maybe we just played auto chess, Danny. I know we weren't friends. I just saw you in auto chess. Speaking of auto chess, is the new TFT season started? Or are they still fucking off? It started, did it? I need to check that out sometime. Do 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 do. Oh, fish, chat, do your job. Chat, do your other job. That was a water body record. Hell yeah, Jenkins. Squirrel, son. Are you the only one on the list with a squirrel catch? I hope so. I don't know why I'm horsing this fish in. Yeah, I do. There's one other squirrel. Oh no. You know where else I weirdly catch like big fish? Right here. As soon as I pull out, I throw my lures back into this channel and like always get something right here. It's not a big enough area to like repeat. I tried yesterday figuring out some way to like a line to go somewhere. It's literally just like this little one spot. Should troll through here. Nobody would think to try. You're not even dipping your cranberries in anything? Dipless? What the fuck, dude? Unreal. Are we almost out of gas? Nah, half a tank. Dipless berries? With no PVA? You even throwing any ground bait on a cage or anything? Nah, you don't need any of that. Fuck that. Just 2 cranberry corns. Catching 10-kilo shinies. No big deal. No ground bait. None. Imagine if you tried to amp it up with dip and ground bait. Probably wouldn't work. It's a cranberry. You should be able to match it with anything. I mean, cran apple, cran raspberry, cran something else with cran, I'm sure. No repairs. Oh, I figured that's where you were. The amber, obviously, the only place for those fish, but... Who the fuck's that? Jenkins, I need you to next go try double cran corn, but with PVA and dip. Thank you. I'm glad you're out there doing this for the team. I don't even know what cranberry options there are. Can you even make a cranberry PVA? You proved your point on Balea. I'm almost done here. What's your bottom fishing at now, Danny? Yeah, 83 seems to be doing good. You're all catching a lot of carp. Nothing big, though. It's a long way to go. So many people avoid amber without PVA, but I did fine there. You don't catch quite as many giants, but that's fine. Still catch a nice variety of fish. Double cran corn, no dip, no ground bait. The legend. I actually really like Method too, Jenkins. I don't feel like I noticed that big of a difference between method feeders and PVA. Though I think method's like 95% or something, so it makes sense. But making the little PVA flavors is fun too. I love the little. And not enough people do the crushing boilies. I don't think it's actually that good, but I like to crush my boilies. Some of them look fucking wild crushed up too. Can you crush a tiger nut? No. No ground nuts, dude. I'd put them in everything. A splash of nuts. Just, I think he was just using 2 corn, not 4 corn. Two corn, dip. What'd you go with for your cranberry recipe? Obviously a corn start, because that's Thanksgiving. You want to use a corn base. What do you got in there? Sadly, there isn't any turkey options. Tiger nuts aren't even a nut, chat. It's upsetting. Another non-nut nut. Are there cranberry feed pellets? I hope so. Just a real cran surprise. They did have double cran? They had cran and spices too. Oh, dude, you're set. Slam them now, Jenkins. Just get out there and fucking set world records, cran records. You should have looked for a little apple though. I'm not. I mean, come on. What's more classic than cran apple? Just a splash of apple in there. You weren't supposed to change, Danny. It was working for you. He's our science man. Best you can do is pineapple? No, gross. That's way too acidic. You're going to burn your tongue off. Hold on, lures. Sorry about that. It's a little shallow there, eh? Off the dongle? 83 is you go left around the front pond and then turn left out onto the peninsula and then throw towards the platform. Cross the bridge to the left, throw towards the platform. It's been like the best place at Amber for a damn year now. It's annoying. Especially because it's a 35-meter clip. Peninsula, dongle, same thing. Alright, I live on a peninsula, not a dongle. I don't want to live on a donk. Depends on whose dongle. Florida, America's dongle. They're still posting it as if it's something new. Yeah. I get posting it, I guess, if there's a new flavor, but I really think people are silly with flavors as it is, because, like, I was just throwing straight straw the other day again, and it was working just fine. I think when it's biting, you can get pretty lucky with what's going. Though Double Crayon seems to be kicking ass over there right now, just saying. I have one incredibly long mustache hair. What the fuck? Oh god, it hurts to pluck it. Don't do it, Richard. You're still using citrus? I have noticed this hair's gonna kill me. I gotta do something about it. Yeah. Good lord, that hurt. I have noticed certain baits tend to work better for me. What the fuck? Is there one over here too? No. That was just... Why am I all of a sudden seeing my mustache? Alright, I'll stop. .35 clip? Is that what you're at too, Danny? You should be. Watch him be throwing fucking some other clip too. Really throw a wrench in it. But I was gonna say, I do think that certain flavors tend to do way better for me at certain spots. I don't remember what other flavor was hot during straw season, but strawberry vanilla season, I remember there was a secondary flavor that tended to do better for me at the 15-meter dock at town. I should have just stayed at home when I went and explored the lake, caught nothing. Gonna be one shitty 5-hour turn-in. You haven't caught anything yet, Jenkins? Though, interesting as I do... Oh, well, I guess Raptors caught one recently. Corn dip? Come on, baby. It left. There's probably too much crayon. You put that dip on there and it's like, man, that's just too much cranberry. That's too sour. I wish this was just corn without dip. That's what he was thinking as he swam away. I'm sure. That's why I never pick up my rod without opening my bail anymore. It amazes me that they haven't come up with dumb little things for you to do to pass the time while you're watching your rods. Like, remember when WoW had like a Peggle add-on? So you could fucking sit there and play Peggle? Or whatever game that was. That's what you were gonna say. Yeah. It still does. You don't even like fishing. What a lunatic. Not for watching, but for not liking fishing. You don't even understand half what's being talked about. Double whammy. Why is this vodka's label so... It's like corduroy. For grip? Oh yeah, that's why. Grip. So you can drink straight from the bottle. Hey, you caught one, Jenkins. Was that not PBA again? I think they're just getting a crayon overload, dude. You needed to tone that crayon down. Your dad's back. Wait. Why does your dad have a back leg? Is it like a third leg behind his front two? Is your dad bipedal or not? Because their dad is a horse, yeah. And caught him in the back legs. The nice fatty part on the back of the leg. You mean the thigh? This is the hardest description of a leg I've ever heard. And where you hooked your father? Now low. Calves shouldn't be fatty. Who's just got really fat calves? I'm trying not to judge your father's fat calves over here. You know that really fat part of the leg? The calf? Sometimes, chat. You silly. It is enjoyable. It's a new feature that they added recently, and I appreciate it. I don't like when they like you can drag them on the metal part of the boat and they kind of meow like cats. The interesting part here, Jenkins, is I haven't seen Danny catch a fish since you started. He caught all the little cranberry freaks and left. Said, watch these guys waste an hour. I don't think you get to say, I caught something when it's your father. But I like the enthusiasm, Derek. Something was on the line. Yeah, did he lay down and play fish? He yelled a lot. That's pretty fish-like. I don't believe I've hooked anyone. Except myself. Not casting anyway. I've never even hooked myself casting. Which is crazy because I cast this weird overhand way where I bring the bait, I leave a little extra slack in my line, and I bring the bait back right by my ear and then whip it straight forward a lot of the time. And like I hear it go by my ear. And everybody always thinks I'm going to tear my own ear off. But I'm just used to doing it. It's fine. But I've started fishing a lot of drop shot, which is where the weight is at the end of the line instead of the hook. The hook is up like 12, 24 inches above the weight. And I'll tell you what, I have shit whipped so many people and things with that weight hanging back there. I knocked the hat off a kid's head last year. Left a giant welt on my fishing partner's neck. He's yelling, you hooked me, you hooked me, you hooked me. I'm like, no, I just smacked you with my weight. You're fine. Shh. Don't do this. This will be fucking like 4 tickets in a row today where I have to renew them right at the buzzer. Hustle. Hustle. Don't resist. I did. I knocked it right. I hit him in the brim of the hat and knocked it straight off his head. No, I didn't hit him. It didn't hurt him at all. It just knocked his hat off. There's the cat. I'm going to miss this fish because it's fucking around on the back of the boat. I'm really going to miss it. I'm panicking. Net it! You can see it! Got it. 2 minutes to spare. Well, that was a very unproductive 5 hours of fishing. I had faith, and I committed to the full 5 hour. If only I would have caught 1 30-kilo Atlantic salmon. I successfully completed 1 order. I don't want handmade lures. That actually might be a better deal. It will be. 11 whole bucks. Alright, let's see how bad we did. Let's at least profit. That's all we care about. A little bit of profit. Wait a minute. Little bit of profit. That's horrible. It's fine. It's fine. It was fun. It was fun. I really wasted the last hour or two fucking off. Damn Jenkins. Now what am I going to do with my life? I still got a couple hours before I got to go to the airport. God, it's expensive to go here. God, yeah, that was like the worst silver I've ever made, committing to that much effort. It's fine. It was maybe profitable if you don't consider wear and tear on the reel. Nah, no new Christmas lure this year. Nice change of scenery, though. Yeah, no, nothing new at all for Christmas this year. Disappointing. You'd think they'd have found like one thing they could have comfortably added, even if it was lame. Planks were hot somewhere not that long ago. I was very happy about it. Pipes have been decent for on and off for a while. I should buy more of them someday. Or just never lose them. The way he holds this, I just feel like he's about to do a fucking ritual dance. I never have any luck here. People always tell me it's good fishing. Never catch shit. Should have checked the orders too. I don't think I can make that thing light enough to throw it. Alright, that's been the problem. No. Too heavy. Yeah, I can only throw this one, and this one always sucks. I don't know why it wouldn't be worth it in the long run. I think it's totally worth it. I just wouldn't buy like some middle of the road junk. I think it's a kind of an all or nothing thing. As someone who has middle of the road junk. There's just things it's great for. These be repaired a lot? Oh really? Mine doesn't. Never repaired mine and I've caught so many fucking fish. I was actually crazy impressed with how long mine has held up. Though my reel is stupid money on this thing. I don't even remember. It's my rod that's the problem. I should look at upgrading it actually. But I think the only rod upgrade is, again, stupid. I'm at that point where everything I need is just stupid money. Yeah, the baitcaster was slightly better, I think, than the spinning reel. But I just don't have the points to invest in fucking baitcasting. I want 3 of them someday, dude. I just want to troll around with all ultralights. I like always troll ultralight as my third rod. Just keeps things active. Yeah, it's a rare one, man. It's one of the... At least I think that's one of the rarer of them. It won't do speed up with that current, huh? I think that's just too slow. It's always hard to judge the retrieval speed on ultralights because they just reel so much slower. I don't know, I never followed any of that shit like you do, Juju. I just live in my own Russian fishing world. Other bitch I have with my ultralight is the rod isn't stiff enough to fucking get a stop and go. Or a walk the dog, whatever. I don't know how people even do it with the retrieve like this. What did it say there for a second? Yeah, I've just learned you cannot do every technique. I argued this one with some guys before, but rod stiffness affects techniques. I have an incredibly... Ooh, that was a decent... Oh, ha, ha, ha. I have an incredibly soft regular rod too that can't walk the dog. The rod just folds over. It doesn't affect the lure correctly. Permabone, thank you for the 72 months. That was the best fish yet, and it's gone. I wonder if I should go with a slightly bigger hook. cannot get that to trigger anything. Nope, that doesn't do it either. Yeah, that's what I said. I really have tested it a lot with a couple of rods I have. I cannot get walk the dog to work no matter what I try. Calm water even, no current, doesn't matter. Though it was still catching fish at an okay rate, so I won't worry too bad. I can't do it from that far away. It's an off the meta rod. Shouldn't have done it. Regret. I bet the ultra light rod I need though is probably fucking 10 grand or something, isn't it? Well, fuck you too, game. It's way too much work. What about... Hi, pal. Jackling for the 6 months. What are you? A little brown trout. boy, that's awkward. The current's pushing it out of there. It's disappointing. Fishing Ben? Bad. I've enjoyed it, but not. Oh, was that? There was a fish chasing that. That was cool. I stopped it when I saw him following it. Wish you were about 5 kilos bigger. A little far. Little too far. Because you're on Mosquito. No typing on Mosquito this year. That's the new thing for Christmas. I lied when I said nothing new for Christmas. Something, you know, classic RF4. If the game is lagging, kill chat. But they chose to just kill Mosquito chat. Did y'all... Oh, that's a piece of grass jumping into my field of view on the left side of my screen. I thought I was losing my fucking mind. Way too slow for the amount of work. Yeah, I only got one kettlebell this year. Some people got a bunch of them. Oops, I'm not using a spoon anymore. Am I real slow? Be bigger. What do you think gear ratio does, Bam Bam? Because I've gone back and forth on this myself. Thank you, JD. I mean, it shouldn't affect torque a ton. It should be retrieval speed. When gear ratio is used in as a descriptor on fishing reels, it's in terms of retrieval speed in real life. There might be a dev description of it out there. What they say it does. But that's not gear ratio, Bam Bam. The handle has nothing to do with gear ratio. The gear ratio is literally the two gears inside the reel that spin as you spin the handle. Oh, you mean for torque's sake? Sure. Yeah, like they got the single handles and stuff that they claim are torquey. I don't tuna fish, so pretty irrelevant. I've never been like, damn, I wish I had more torque when I'm fishing in real life. But fish also don't take entire days to tire out. In real life either, so you know. That's part of the difference too, eh? Because, I mean, pound for pound, the Venga should just beat the Tagara every time. Gear ratio or not. The interesting part is, though, my Tagara reels so much faster than my Overlord, and my Overlord has a higher gear ratio, which IRL, that's wrong. except that there's also spool math that applies there. Yeah. Um, except that Overlord's 8,000 spool is bigger than all other 8,000 size spools. It's longer, not graphically. But that's true. You are correct. The spool size would matter. A lot in retrieval speed. And it does. I mean, I think that's the biggest and possibly even the only factor that I really notice in retrieval speed, though. What gear ratio is this? I don't want to lose this fish. This is a 6-2 to 1. Which makes sense because it's so tiny. And spins so goddamn fast. Like, it hurts to look at. It spins so fast. Yeah, I think there's a lot of reasons it's meta. I think that, like, I tried to go against the meta grain a few times myself. And I do think it's, like, just a really solid reel for a lot of things. I think most of the meta is pretty accurate. The only part that I don't hear people talking about, now again, I don't chase around the RF forms, is the Overlord as a locking reel, which confuses me because it's only like 10 kilos or 15 kilos light to the Venga, and I feel like it could be used locking catfish and stuff like that fairly successfully. Which is the only way it would beat the Tagara. Well, you have Venga and Tagara. Do you think the Tagara reels in carp better than the Venga? And if your answer is yes. Okay. So then the Venga is worthless except for locking it. Is basically what you're getting at. Because the scenarios where that 6 extra kilo drag is really gonna matter is like 1 in 10,000. If it's even 6, whatever it is. I think it's 6. Which is kind of how I was feeling. The more I've played, that's kind of what I was feeling, and why I'm not rushing to a Venga now. Because it really... And not to shit on you, Bam Bam. I get what you're doing, and like I still don't think what you did is necessarily a bad thing. I just think you'll regret it later that it wasn't necessarily the right stepping stone for you, but it's out of the way. I mean, at the end of the day, you gotta buy it. You gotta buy it. So whatever. It's not like you really kicked yourself in the ass or anything like that. And just spinning up all your locking fish. Yeah, no, I'm with you, Templar. I agree. Bam Bam tried to explain the Venga thing to me. I think using a Venga outside of locking is just a waste of money. Literally, like, the fact that the cost of repairs is just, there's no denying it's a waste of money. Because even if you spend fucking an extra 5 minutes reeling in a carp on a HSV and burning up the friction brake on it, the friction brake costs fucking nothing. And the fish don't bite that fast on amber that you need that time that you wasted. Yeah, the only people I know that use their Vengas consistently just don't care to sit around and swap gear. And the only guys I see using them regularly, like, on amber and stuff like that. Or they decided not to buy 3 Tagaras. Venga for Archie a lot? I could see on Archie. What is this bobber? Where did it come from? It's too expensive to lose. Yeah, I don't fuck with bolos or match pulls. Not into them. Don't want them. Don't like it. I've gone over this with hardcore. I think there's literally like one fish that is better on a float with bait fish than on the bottom. And I don't even remember what it was. Matches float with a reel. Yeah, it's the high end float with a reel. Yeah, I thought it was the Browns that they were saying match could do better than bottom, but those are so fucking rare to begin with. I did see somebody matching up sturgeon in Ladoga yesterday or the day before. Cheap comparatively, yeah. Do you have a fucking jerkbait rod? That's another one that I'm like, I'm never gonna do that. There's no fucking way. Well, that was disappointing. Thought that'd work. Really? Stonefly redworm? Well, shit. Who knew? It's not even the buy, it's points too. That's the problem with it. Doesn't take its own points. When you're hardcore and you have $60,000 sitting in the fucking bank. He's got over 60 fucking grand right now waiting for the next lake. I maybe have spent 60 grand total. I think the last time I played, he had like 40 grand and was all stressed out about spending 20 on a ultralight, which I see he did, and now has 60, so. You can, but like you'd have to be a millionaire. To buy one, just the reel, the best reel, for one specific type of reel is like $400. Nah, dude, Tuba's been so dead trolling. I would go after the browns if you were catching other fish, but you're just catching nothing. It's wild. I think it's intentional. I mean, again, maybe I'm giving the devs too much credit, but there's another fishing game similar to this. It's free to play with a microtransaction system, and all their gear is dirt cheap. And people, it's easy to just jump in the game, spend 20 bucks, buy gear that's way too high level for you, and then the whole experience of the grind is ruined. Because they have other things in this game, like repairing your stuff and the premium system for leveling and for scaling up that's affordable. It's cheap as hell. It's just buying gear that's outrageously overpriced. And I think it's intentional, because if you kill the grind of the game, you kind of kill the whole reason to go fishing. But people accuse them of just being really greedy, but I really don't think that's the case, because if they were greedy, they would have just fucking cashed in as quick as they could on microtransactions, which we know to be more successful. People are incapable of realizing how much money they spend on microtransactions and whatnot. But by setting these lofty price tags, it kind of just makes... I don't know hardly anybody who's done it. I think one or two guys in the guild have spent a little bit on gear. And you know what? There are also two dudes I know to be on the wealthier side. But yeah, I would bet to buy like all the top end gear in this game, you're talking like thousands and thousands of like fucking crazy gacha game money. What are you? Why are you here? I think so, Ritual. Like the way you're saying it sounds like you might be making a joke, but I really do feel that way. Yeah. Because I mean, even me, it's hard not to get tempted by the sweet, sweet devil of I want it now. I don't want to wait. But they're still a free-to-play game. They still got to profit somewhere. But how long would the game have lasted, Templar? Because I don't think Fishing Planet has anywhere near the consistent player base this does. I might be wrong, but it sure doesn't seem like it. I think the short-sighted cash grab thing would have been absolutely what you're saying. Just, you know, follow suit with microtransactions and big profits. I think the general rule of thumb, Epic, is if you're making 300 silver an hour consistently, which includes like fucking around and running to town and all that shit. If you're making 300 silver an hour consistently, you're doing pretty good. And the end game real is 32,000 silver. So you can do the math from there. That's just the real. The pull's another 25 and lines another however much and blah blah. And that's if you were doing, I think, good Epic, which is no distractions. You're consistently putting that 300 silver an hour in the bank. I did 5 hours earlier and made like 700 silver. Now, I was fucking around and not doing well. You can just have a string of I can't find good fish. Oh, I forgot I need the fancy knife too. And that's the other thing, like you can level lure crafting and bait harvesting and those all have costs. So there's a lot of ways to get fucking distracted in this game. Again, all, in my opinion, beautifully done to keep me coming back for 5 fucking years or whatever it has been. What is going, I'm fishing. It's a weird amount of I'd. The benefits of an ultralight. So just like real life, rods have a recommended, no, an effective weight range that they can cast lures. So ultralights allow you to cast really small, lightweight lures targeting smaller fish, or potentially, getting into a fight of your life with a big fish. In the game, though, ultralights have their own records. They do in real life too for some species, as well as you get an experience bonus if you catch them with an ultralight rod. So one, it lets you throw a bunch of the small lures that can be very deadly on small things like these brown trout, because they're not very big, and the big rods can't cast them very far. Aww. I've never actually thrown Brillo. But that is true. You can unlock a technique. I don't know if it's as effective as ultralight though. Like, I know that you can cast it far, if not further, but I don't know if catch rate's actually as effective. It feels like it wouldn't be IRL. So, but what ultralight really is in real life is a 1,000 size reel, a very small spooled reel, about yay big. In comparison to regular fishing in this game, we can use up to 10,000 size reels, which is like fucking bigger around than this bottle of vodka. So, line capacity, torque, all those things, higher drags, which is the friction brake, how much tension they can handle. Oh, I actually have, this is a 5,000 series spool, and that's pretty fucking big. So at 10,000, even bigger than that, obviously. Change my batteries real quick. That's a 1,000 series reel compared to a 5,000 series reel. So yeah, like, this is spooled up with 50 yards of 4-pound test. I'll spool this with 300 yards of 30 to 50-pound test. This is catfish. This is ice fishing bluegill. Cute little ice fishing rods. Wah, wah, wah. People just send me stuff, you know? I guess I need some apple cider. Good one, Tucker. Oh yeah, it's crazy how much it affects technique and stuff too, man. Like, I was talking about with the size of the lure you throw, but also, like, if I'm fishing top water, I gotta have something that's stiff and heavy with a lot of backbone and some heavy line on it, because I need to be able to fucking rip that fucking fish out through thick-ass matted weeds or lily pads or around a dock pole, things like that. Where when I'm fishing with a tiny rubber minnow on a drop shot rig, I need to be able to feel them bite it because it's just sitting there. They're not going to attack it. They're just going to walk up and slurp it in. How are we deciding what I want to fish for? Just whatever I feel like it. Sometimes I hear something is doing well, and I'm like, let me go check that out. Kind of the same way I pick a lake in real life. Heard the bite's strong over there at Lower Tunguska. Though it hasn't been great. This game has dynamic fish, though. They move. They literally, not only do they move, they have, like, actual migrations. So you just gotta bounce around sometimes. You gotta check things out. Norway for a fishing vacation. Every night has been a Norway reference. This week. I'm jealous. Enjoy. Yeah, absolutely, Umbrella. I don't know about real time, but regular intervals. I don't think any of us are 100% sure how it happens, how it works. If there's just like pre-programmed spots that randomize on a clock, or if dice are being rolled, or if it's just some sweaty Russian nerd over there going, fuck you, buddy, you're catching too many fish, and moves the fish somewhere else. There have been occasions where some spot is just unbelievably crazy good, and it doesn't last long before they are on the ball and it's moved on. Yeah, and I don't think amber comes and goes in waves. I think the carp move around on amber. I think there's always this hot spot on amber. It's just, can you effectively relocate and maybe even change bait to find them? Which is real, like fish move. The one thing that this game doesn't really deal with in a realistic sense is there's no seasons. Fish are like incredibly driven by water temperature. And so they do stuff with temperature. But it changes every day. And it can be pretty drastic, like fucking 30 degrees in some places. The problem is, though, how much does that affect the water? I don't really know. It definitely moves fish around. In real life, though, when the water temperatures drop, fish move in or move out, depending on the species or the lake and whatnot. So you can really use science to locate and target fish consistently based on the weather. I would love to see that someday. A seasonal lake, or seasons, maybe. Even if they were like shortened seasons, you know? Like a weekly seasons would be cool. Because it would reposition fish and allowing us to catch them in different methods than normal. Yeah, it's like I said though, the weather system is an okay attempt, but it's hard to judge how much it's actually affecting the water. Some species more than others. Some it doesn't feel like it matters at all. I don't even look at the temperature. You can actually learn quite a bit about fishing from this game, but that is the one thing I will say that this game ignores entirely is like air temperature is fucking borderline irrelevant. What's the water temperature? I've been out fishing on days where it's fucking 40 degrees, but the water temperature is 75. You still gotta fish like it's, you know, late spring, early summer. Not fish like it's a 40-degree, you know, early spring or late fall. In real life, crazy? Or... yeah. I don't like braided line in the river much. Though, like, all the saltwater guys do braided line to fluoroleader for, like, everything, and they deal with just as much. The problem with braid is it cuts so easy. It's amazingly strong, but cuts so easy. Fuck, I'm not looking forward to having to drive to goddamn Chicago. Ugh. I'm over that. My hand's tired. Are these things you're trying to get him to try from the game from the game crazy? Or just because you like them? Yeah, from the game. That's fun. I love that. I fuck with floral leaders a bit, depending on my setups. I mean, that's another thing I think with this game that doesn't always show well, but like rod matters a lot for technique. Line matters for technique more than they make you. Told my mom to take her to the airport for Christmas because she's going to visit my brother. Fucking Jenkins just caught a taimen on a squirrel at Balea just to piss off Wayne. Figure out tie line differently? Yeah. I like the uni to uni for braid fluoro. That's my favorite. Some guys like FG. It's fun to learn, man. It's fun to change up what you've been doing for years. Hard to do. Hard to put down Old Faithful and bust out some new shit you've never used before. Until it works. And then you start to go, ooh, maybe you should try more of this random shit. I don't even remember where the stores are in this place. The squirrel was really good for a minute. Hey, that makes that trip worth it. Right there. Oh, dude, the weekly records, they're so biased. Like if there's like it's so obviously biased too. Especially right now with everything being reset for the year. That wasn't bad money, actually. Was I there even an hour? I didn't look at my oldest fish. I don't think so. Where's the weird Tunguska shop? Is this the rod I bought? No. What rod did I buy? Look at that wood handle. Beauty. That's a beauty. That fucker's new, huh? Why would I? Huh. I don't know why I'd even need this 14 kilo load capacity. I guess it lets you run a better size leader, but it's also got a million skills to it. Yeah, I paid $4 grand for that instead of 5 for that. Ouch. The Legend? Oh, this one? The bait casting version, yeah. I don't know how y'all have points for baitcasters. The Christmas 1,000 reel? I don't even know. There's 2,000 reels are worthless. I would never buy one. Waste of fucking money. I don't know. I think if you're at a point like you're at, where I mean, you just make the fucking $5,000 for the best spinning reel instead of spending 2 on something half as strong. Fucker, that fucker's huge, huh? Jesus. God, there's so much money. It's a chipmunk. There's so many of those. Just to buy all the mice and squirrels. It's $2,100 just to buy the fucking rodents. No. Squirrel, bro. Squirrel. That's a phallic ass squirrel. I'm mad I don't own one of these. Is big. Oh, look at the colors on that thing. Jesus. There's so many color options for these. These are lures that I feel like another one that I don't believe they've been tested well, considering they're $100 a piece, never on the leaderboards, and I've done okay with them. And there's 14 goddamn colors of each one. Never hit for you? Yeah, I've done really. I got robbed on one with a Tagaro. Fought it for like an hour and a half until it ran me off the map. On the first day the Gate Lake came out, Archie did. I caught 2 15-kilo Atlantics on one today. What is that for? I guess it's for that. Right there. But why? Addicted to donuts? I wish donuts liked me. Definitely not ergonomics. Nice fleshy worm. Where the fish at, Donuts Addict? Right here, in the middle, right off the dock. It looked like not only did it have a motorcycle engine, but a little tiny motorcycle gas tank. Yeah, float's always decent here. That's my next buy. I gotta break down and do it. I need to buy float rods bad. I'm still been using a USSR bamboo. Ooh, a black stinky stick. Huh. That happens to be the color I pulled out. Twirl. It's just the spiker is always great, I think. I still prefer the black Christmas, the matching Christmas spinner most of the time. Spiker's a fine second place for me. My go-to spinner is always Black Christmas. It's beginning to look a lot like Black Christmas. Wait, the current goes that way? I can't remember. Jasky, very nice. Hey, pal. Did you get those Christmas presents? Did you get a Vanga for free? Pumpkin. So it's like, well, they're still there. You got 3 days. Don't worry. Nothing good. Box of cheese, maybe. I got 2 boxes of cheese, and I'm really upset about it. Like, 1 was funny, but 2 was upsetting. It's just a cardboard box full of cheese. Three-day premium. I got 7-day. 3 5-day mosquito boat tickets. Weird. I've never had this on any other current where it's my worm's not sinking back down. Huh. Later, Danny. I got a boat ticket for somewhere. Gotta get your dream fish voucher just in case you catch some dumb tiny fish or a frog you want to put on the wall because it's not really worth selling. These used to be hot. I don't know that they ever work anymore. Maybe it's just the line that's climbing the hill there? Yeah, I think that's what's going on. It makes it look like it's just floating away. It's always easier from a boat because it's such a weird angle on that. Shame. Here, fishy, fishy, fishy. Fish fucking hate me. Only answer. They fuck and hate me. Huh. Crazy. Wacky was at least catching fish. Go get him, fleshy worm. What the fuck? Why are you broken? Never seen this before. I don't get it. Damn, son, you're cruising. What do we got? 12 gram? Big old active stick. You don't float away. You don't fluck and float. Oh, it's 2 o'clock. I gotta go get my mom from the airport, or to take her to the airport. Wish me luck, chat. Nice 5 hours of driving. 2.5 of it with an incredibly anxious mother. 2.5 of it exhausted and alone. Yay. Thank you for everything you do for me. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll play the video games, touch each other inappropriately, all that good stuff. Mwah.